skies. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
Again, so stick around. So stick around.
world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. With that, all eyes on us. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too
again. So stick around. So stick around. So stick around.
Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let it go. I know you feel it. Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let go. I know you feel it. Cause you'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making mistakes. too hard, and I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search for you, stay lost.
Search for you, stay lost.
We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard, and I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. Oh.
I need you again. So stick around. So stick around. So stick around.
Leave the world around us go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost.
Search for you, stay lost.
We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause
Good morning. Good morning. How y'all doing? How's everybody doing today? Good morning. Good morning. We're going to get this shit show started. Hey, y'all. Hope everybody's having a good day. Everyone's having a good Wednesday. We are going to go over this. We're just going to read through it, and then we will listen to Granny's watching, read it off of Jay's thing for barbecue's response. I don't have the actual paperwork in my hand, and nothing has been filed, so we're just going to listen to them talk about it on that little clip. So I recorded it last night. Can you help me with what, Handmade Dolls? What do you mean? What do you want to help me with, baby? What do you want to help me with, honey? I don't know what you're meaning. Can you hear me okay? Writing letters? What do you mean? I don't know what the fuck's what you're talking about, baby. I'm sorry. Tia Maria, member for 18 months. Glad to be here. I'm glad you're here. Nikita, good morning. Member for 9 months. Rose Petal, member for 17 months. Love the Hive. Always feel welcome. I'm glad you're here. Thank you, Nikita, for gifting a membership. That was really sweet. I appreciate you supporting the Hive. Let's see here. Candalee Woodward Stone, member for 6 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Stitching with the Sisters, member for 16 months. Hey, hey, ho, ho. 2 more days to go. That's right. Carrie Wilson says good morning, and hey, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. No, the link's not pinned. Nope. Not today. Or not right now, anyways. Nope. I just put it on here so I could read this out. Or was, you know what I mean? I just didn't want a bunch of people jumping up in the middle of reading this out. Let me see here. Like I said, we're going to read through this, and then we'll go over barbecue's response, and we will also go over SF's response. And this is not a lawsuit. This is a lawsuit. This is an injunction. Actually, what I put on here was the lawsuit because, you know, it's laughable. But in my opinion, anyways, yeah, it's an injunction, actually. So, yeah, I don't need character witness letters. I don't need anything. I'm good, baby. Yeah, we're gonna try to get through this. I'm not having a bunch of sidebars today. I can't. We got to get through this. So basically, we already know. Well, we already know that there's some people who went live last night with breaking news. Breaking news! Oh my God! Breaking news! SF investigates and Queen Bee have been added to the filing. Breaking news! It's not breaking fucking news. It's a week old. But I guess if that's how you gotta clickbait your people in there, Mystery, you go ahead. Breaking news. Kind of like fucking, when your teenagers have a fight with their friends years ago and they're still friends now, but somebody wants to make it breaking news. It's fucking pathetic. How embarrassing. Yeah, it's ridiculous and it's childish, and they wonder why people no longer have any interest in this case. They wonder why there's no one really talking about this case anymore. Why the fuck would they? When there's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of missing children out there. Yeah, this shit's so last week. Keep up, Mr. and Mrs. E. Or cry some more for super chats. However y'all want to do it. Whatever works. I mean, I guess that's what I need to do too, right? Do I need to get on here and start crying for super chats like BJ does? I kicked the cat and now they're laughing and making fun of me. And I never kicked the cat, even though I said I'm going to kick the cat. I'm astounded by the fucking bullshit, you guys. Fucking, I can't with this shit. Mr. E with his sister wives. God, you guys, what is this fucking real life? Like, is this fucking real life? People actually believe that somebody's gonna do 30 years in fucking jail over this? Are you serious? Who told you that? Who fucking told you that? Good Lord. What's the difference in what, baby? What is the difference in what? God. Yeah, blank screen. Someone made a video, and I don't know if they were just misinformed or if somebody told them this or what, but yeah, they said barbecue lady's going to get 30 years, which is definitely not the fucking truth. And not mystery, another creator. Sorry, let me take that back. Another creator did a video and said that they were informed that barbecue lady would be getting 30 years. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? First of all, no YouTuber can file paperwork and cause somebody to do 30 fucking years in jail. That doesn't even. If we could do that, do you know how many I'd be in jail? I'd be under the fucking jail. Motherfuckers would love to have me fucking put in jail. They would fucking absolutely love it. Are you serious right now? If Betty could, in my opinion, Betty's ass would have me clean under the fucking jail right now. That damn hate channel. Damn fucking hate channel. Yeah, I didn't even throw your name out there, Salty, but we can here. I didn't say she was going to get 30. I said I heard that she could face, according to what someone in the law field told me. Right, and that's why I said somebody obviously told you wrong or understood wrong or misunderstood or something. I don't know. I didn't name you because I didn't want you to deal with the backlash. But, I mean, if you're going to come in here and say it, then I might as well just read the comment. No, I know you're not a lawyer. That's why I said I was really shocked at whoever told you that. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking about. Or maybe they just didn't have all the, you know what I'm saying? The backstory. You know what I mean? Like maybe they just didn't know all the, I mean, like I said, if this could happen, Betty would have me under the fucking jail. And they were not prepared at all to cover it all over the place. The chat was rude as hell, and they are biased as hell also. Fuck right they are. I mean, you know, they stand behind a motherfucking criminal who's out on bond, on a $20,000 bond. They have no problem saying, breaking news, breaking news. And this is a civil case. Why the fuck they keep saying federal is beyond me. I'm guessing just because they want the attention or the clicks or the views. I don't know. Or they're listening to some dumb fuck Betty, in my opinion. I don't know. I'm over the no research, assuming, making shit up. Right. Turtle Boy's ass would be doing life, baby. Mr. E and his channel is so weird. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking about, but yeah, I mean, fuck, some people don't even get 30 years for murder. You get more. You get more time for fucking selling drugs than you do. Oh, Angela would know that, right? Angela, since you've accused me of selling drugs to everyone in my neighborhood, which is clear defamation, you would know about, wouldn't you, baby? The same one that tried to spread, the rumor about GW showing her butthole, whatever the fuck, when that was a lie, a blatant fucking lie. Kind of like that, just like you just did in another chat. That's why Betty's being sued, just so you know, right? Just so you know, that's what that countersuit's for. Okay, just to make you well aware. And yeah, it's a civil fucking case. I don't understand why people don't get that, but it is a civil case, not a criminal case. It's not a federal case. It is a civil case. Yeah, I agree, Courtney. That whole fucking live was cringe. And I'm not sure why the fuck they thought it was breaking news. This is old news. We knew this last week. Yeah, there's so much misinformation being spread around. It's ridiculous. But see, that's the thing, that when these motherfuckers lie to their subscribers and they lie to everybody around them, then you got then we have their subscribers running around lying, looking stupid as fuck, and they don't correct them. They just let them lie and look stupid. Why? I don't know, but B-Tim, do you want the link? Do you got time today? Are you at work? What you got going on? If you're on the link, I'll send it to you now before I start reading this. Yeah, 30 years in jail. I was surprised. I was surprised when I heard her say that. I was like, wait a minute, what the hell? What the hell is she talking about? Brenda, go touch some gas, baby. Some grass, however you want to say it. I don't know what's bladed. I don't know. A blatant lie. I don't know. But let me tell you something. If you have a mullet haircut, don't fucking come out here thinking you're tough. Don't ever. Don't fucking ever. Brenda's welcome. She can touch grass, but she can stay over here too. She's got something to say. She's welcome to say it. It's definitely an open chat. I can't with the fucking mullets. Don't even go. Don't go there because we'll start belly laughing and fucking not even read this shit. Don't do that to me. Don't do it to me.
Hey, what's up?
What's happening?
Nothing much. I got like
we have a bunch of sidebars today, but we gotta get through this shit.
Yeah, I got an hour and a half to kill before my next one.
Right, but I'm just saying we can't sidebar too much. Okay.
No problem. I'll keep
once
quiet.
we get to go and we sidebar, both of us do.
I know, but I'm just like, I'm kind of surprised people's ignorance, thinking that this is like a criminal, and it's like people just don't understand. It's an injunction. It's not even like a civil
right,
suit.
It's not even a fucking lawsuit. It's an injunction at this point.
Yeah, and it's usually you do an injunction during a civil case
full of fucking lies.
Yeah,
and bullets and bullshit.
Yeah. I honestly think also, I might get some shit, but like barbecues, ladies, attorneys are pretty qualified. I read up on that guy. I went to his website. I was like looking up the guy. She's the king
her
guy.
lawyer's a fucking beast. And so her lawyer, Granny's lawyer, and my lawyer all linking up together.
Like his lawyer was a super lawyer on the list of super lawyers for 20 years straight. I'm like, okay, so the super lawyer against Slappy from Goosebumps, who's gonna win? I'm pretty much putting
my fucking say
who's gonna win? I'm betting on the king.
I just got onto that. BT.
Okay, so I'm just saying, and that's my opinion, by the way, Mr. Slappy. You look like Slappy from Goosebumps. We've done side by sides. So I think Mr. King is got barbecue lady's attorney is going to eat him alive. And honestly, if I was all the plaintiffs, I'd be worried because I read SF's remarks, and he basically says like all of you can be held personally. Like he can go after each of you if you get sanctioned or get hit with anti-SLAPP, and you all have to pay. Like you think this is free, but it's not. And honestly, you trying to add Queen Bee onto it, good luck. That's even makes her case even better for a fucking anti-SLAPP. Congratulations, dumbasses.
Shh, don't tell. Come on now.
Yeah. And also, it's called triple damages. So basically, if let's say they cost like their legal fee costs like $5,000, with an anti-SLAPP, you can get 3 times back, which is like $15,000. So imagine if multiple attorneys suddenly get anti-SLAPPs on you and get attorney's fees. Can you imagine that? How much money that will cost? And imagine if each of the plaintiffs get personally liable for that amount of money.
Kind of like that lady who didn't want them protesting outside of her business, and she filed a lawsuit about it, and they hit her with the anti-SLAPP. She now owes $120,000.
Yeah,
$120,000.
Yeah.
Damn.
And now you're trying to pull in multiple people.
I know Greeny can use some money. I could use some money. I know Barbecue could probably use some money.
Whatever. But that's and then like I heard that Barbecue is planning on doing.
I mean, as much as I've paid in fucking lawyer fees in the last year and a half.
Yeah, I just don't understand people talking about thinking it's a good idea. And then I heard Nick was in the chat and Mr. E. I heard from someone that he was basically saying that this all could be settled with Granny for $500. I'm like, that's not a really smart thing to say in a chat.
Oh, it must have been the wrong Nick. I know he ain't out here blackmailing folks. That must have not been the real Nick. Was it?
Yeah. Yeah. That's not a smart move for your injunction, but okay. Mr. Multi-Millionaire.
Nothing says blackmail and extortion like throw me 500 and I'll take your name off a lawsuit injunction.
Yeah, Mr.
We call a lawsuit.
Yeah, Mr. Multi-Millionaire. I know I don't think fucking Elon Musk is after for $500. Or like, millionaires do that. I don't know. $500 you can literally throw in the trash if you're a multi-millionaire. Like literally wipe your ass with $500 bills. Like $500. $100 bills. But whatever. But anyway, that's my little thing. You can continue. I'll keep quiet while you read it.
Yeah, hold on here. Nick says it in the video. Just clip and give it to your attorney. My attorney already has it all. I don't know about their attorneys. I haven't really talked to them too much, so I don't know. But
attorney, all the plaintiffs only have one attorney because Mr.
Lesniak he's the one that's representing all of them, correct?
Yeah, apparently they had 2, the one for dog counter or something like that.
Well, but Bruce Castor, he said absolutely not and seen his way right the fuck on out.
Yeah, so so Slappy from the Goosebumps is versing multiple attorneys. Congratulations. But I'll keep quiet. I'm sidebarring too much. Is blackmail illegal? Yeah. I just can't believe like that Mr. E people. I don't watch them. I just heard people, and I'm sitting here. It's like you guys don't have any clue what you're talking about. Like, are you lawyers? Are you people that have any sort of
legal? You know what? In my opinion, if their name was added to it, they definitely know what they're talking about.
Yeah, true that.
I didn't have no problem reading my fucking name off.
Yeah. Well,
they said, "Oh fuck it, we ain't gonna redact shit. We're gonna dox the piss out of her as much as we can." Because that was the only purpose, in my opinion, for y'all to do it. Because you ain't got no jurisdiction. Y'all know you don't. Nick, come on now. Nick, you supposed to be my fucking friend, man. Friends don't do each other like this. You hear me?
Well, Seth, Tony,
Sean,
Sean, and Nick are all not only subbed, but I think they're all members at this point. Let me see, Tim, careful. I saw about chatters about someone going on panels and pretending to be on your side. Not sure. Yeah.
I mean, you don't think there's people going on panels and talking shit on both sides? There is.
Yeah, it's called YouTube.
There's people going back and forth. There's shit starting motherfuckers out here. Trust and believe me.
Yeah.
Trust and believe me. So here we go. Let's see. At Night Media, LLC. Why they put dog's name in this? Dwayne Dog Chapman, Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis, Andrew Griffin, Brittany Nicole Jackson, Christina O'Donnell, Julia Valente, Hong, and Nick the Hatsfitz, or whatever the hell. However the fuck you say it. Against Barbecue Lady and Jessica, which is Granny's watching. So let's roll on down here. Here's the introduction here. Plaintiffs, by and through their undersigned counsel, respectfully move this honorable court for leave to file an amended complaint pursuant to Pennsylvania Rule of Civil Procedure 1033. This motion, let's see here. This motion sought to add new defendants, specifically Stephen Fisher, a.k.a. SF Investigates, and Rebecca Michelle, a.k.a. Queen Bee, and to include additional factual allegations and causes of action that have arisen since the filing of the original complaint on October 18th, 2024. So the procedural history, here we go. On October 18th, 2024, the plaintiffs filed the original complaint against defendants Stephanie Joe Trude, which I should have just typed out Barbecue Lady and Granny's watching, but give me 1 second. Because that bird squeaking's on my motherfucking nerve. Go ahead, Beaton. If you want to read it, I'm going to go take care of this.
All right. Procedural history. On October 18, 2024, plaintiff filed the original complaint against defendants Stephanie, Granny's watching, Barbecue Lady, or vice versa, alleging causes of action including defamation, harassment, intention, infliction of emotional distress, violations of the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organization Act, and related claims. Service process upon defendants Granny's watching has been duly effected. Opening counsel formally accepted service on behalf of defendants Barbecue Lady, accordance with Pennsylvania RCP 402 B sub B 3. Plaintiffs have diligently attempted to serve defendant Granny's watching. The Delaware County Sheriff's Office has engaged to effectuate service, and plaintiffs have taken all reasonable steps to ensure timely service consistent with Pennsylvania RCP 402 sub A. By the way, on note, when Granny actually read this, she actually contacted the sheriffs and they never attempted service on her. And literally, they had to rush to serve her that day because they lied on paperwork, in my opinion. Despite not being formally served, defendant Granny's watching publicly acknowledged the lawsuit through multiple online discussions, indicating her awareness of the pending litigation. I thought that was against the rules. I thought Betty wasn't properly served. Kind of defeats your whole argument. 5, plaintiffs request that the court takes judicial notice of defendant Granny's watching public statement acknowledging the lawsuit pursuant to Pennsylvania RE 201. 6, plaintiff respectively requests that the court take judicial notice of defendants Granny's watching public statements, online activities under Pennsylvania RE 201, which allows judicial notice of facts that are not subject to reasonable dispute. Such acknowledgement is pertinent for determining defendants Granny's watching awareness of this action and any potential attempts to evade formal service, reinforcing the validity of the service process in accordance with the procedural due process principle established in Commonwealth versus Zerinsky 678 8.2D 370 Pennsylvania Super Court 1996 or whatever. I don't know. Supreme Court 1996. You can keep on going. While Queen looks for that to go down, basically, they pretty much did not serve Granny and proceeded to. She found out on the day when she was talking to SF, so they tried to diligently serve you. She's like, no one tried to diligently serve me. It was just a bunch of bullshit. And then they had to rush to serve her on that same day because they realized, oh, we really fucked up and we kind of lied in our paperwork. Queen, you gotta scroll down, by the way. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's the issue with that one. I don't know. Just seems like a very interesting situation that they basically are attempting to add people that don't even have a jurisdiction in that area. So let me see. While Queen gets back, I'll just keep on talking to the chat. Let me see. 1 second. It says if Barbecue Lady's attorney is good, then he would be that expensive. My father's an attorney. I used to be due billing.
Check the back chat, B-Tim.
All right.
Sorry about that. Okay, so you said you're on number 3 or 4. Where'd you stop at? 5?
You go to the next page.
Okay, so 6. So here we go. Factual background and new allegations.
Yes.
Plaintiffs incorporate by reference all prior paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. Okay. On October, here's a summary of new allegations. So this is the summary of the new allegations and why they filed the amended complaint for the injunction. On October, and I'll change that on the top of this because it says lawsuit. Obviously, people don't realize that it's an injunction, so I'll change that once this live is over. So on October 18, 2024, shortly after the filing of the original complaint, defendants Trude and Singh appeared on multiple online platforms discussing the lawsuit and soliciting assistance while alleging that they had been improperly silenced. See At Night Media files lawsuit, blah, blah, blah. Open panel. This is my open panel. So that's where they're alleging that Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching came on my panel on this day. This panel right here is where they're lawsuit against BBQ Lady and Granny's Watching, but why? Question mark. Let's talk open panel. So they put that in there along with 17 others live streams, but that's pretty much all they have. Defendant Singh made the statements indicating her intention to continue her conduct, stating that I'll tell you what, if you think having them file this on your behalf is going to stop me, you just amp me up because it's not for you, BJ, Brittany Nicole Jackson, plaintiff. There's nothing that they can do. Number 9 says defendant Singh has repeatedly discussed the lawsuit publicly despite claiming she has not been served, demonstrating her awareness and acknowledgement of the pending legal action. Clarification of new defendants. Since the initial filing, additional individuals have become involved in actions related to the original claims, including Stephen Fisher, who identifies as a private investigator, and Rebecca, who's also known as Queen Bee. Stephen Fisher has actively inserted himself into this litigation by filing a motion in this court on October 20th, 2024, thereby accepting and submitting to the court's jurisdiction. 12 says under Pennsylvania Rule of Civil Procedure 1028 and B, objections to personal jurisdiction must be raised at the outset, and failure to do so or participation in the litigation is deemed consent to the court's jurisdiction. 13. Fisher has made numerous public statements on social media platforms concerning plaintiffs, including allegations that the plaintiffs are engaged in wrongful conduct. In my opinion, they are, and publicly criticized the lawsuit, referring to the plaintiffs as fraudsters and making other disparaging remarks. A true and correct copy of the corresponding posts by Fisher are attached and incorporated, which they put their exhibits in this time. 14. Defendant Singh reached out to Fisher for advice on X on October 18th, despite Fisher not being a licensed attorney, indicating coordination among defendants and Fisher. A true and correct copy of this conversation or corresponding post by defendant Granny's Watching is attached here to and incorporated herein. Exhibit number 2. We got exhibit 35 on here too. It goes all the way down. Goes all the way down. So 15, Fisher unswervingly refers to the action as a sham and asserting that the plaintiffs are only seeking an injunction that will fail, thereby undermining the legitimacy of the lawsuit, harassment through the public disparagement of the plaintiff's legal actions, and interference with judicial proceedings by attempting to influence public perception and potentially impact the case.
What a bunch of idiots.
A true correct copy of the corresponding post by Fisher is attached here to and incorporated in Exhibit 3.
Like, way to like define like you going after someone's freedom of speech and like trying to muscle them because he has an opinion on your case. Like, people can have opinions on cases. They could say like this is a sham, this is BS, and whatnot. You can't injunction them for that.
Right.
And also, it's America. You can talk to anyone you want to. If you don't have to be an attorney to talk to someone.
At approximately 10:57 p.m., Fisher posted statements alleging that the plaintiffs are associated with an unlicensed investigator whose license was revoked due to prior criminal conduct and probation restrictions. A true and correct copy of the corresponding post by Fisher is attached here too and incorporated with Exhibit 4. He further claimed that this investigator is working remotely for Sean and Tony and implied a close relationship between them, stating this will come out in discovery also, making unverified and damaging claims. What?
Oh my God. I have a question.
By disseminating negative information intended to harm the plaintiff's reputations and potential invasion of privacy by discussing personal relationships and legal statuses without consent. Well, damn, I didn't. I didn't know you had to have consent to talk about somebody. My bird gets going again, I'll have to have you read it. Because every time I fucking talk, he starts his shit.
This bird does not like you.
No, he just don't like me reading about this fucking bullshit.
The bird has
trying to hear that fucking trash. Let me just squeak over everybody because it's garbage in the bird's opinion.
like, and also I found it interesting. It doesn't really state like really why you should be brought into the like litigation because it states
just because I let people come up on my panel. That's it.
And
then they have everybody from the panels.
That doesn't mean
they're gonna have 52 people quick.
That doesn't mean that you submitted to the jurisdiction of Pennsylvania because you have people on your panel. Like, does that mean you submit to the jurisdiction of like?
And that's how it is. So
yeah, does that mean
I'm going because we're sidebarring too much, and then you're gonna have to go, and we're not gonna be done. So let's get her done. Let's finish reading this. Okay, so 18 on October 19th, 2021 or 2024 at 1:31, Fisher posted statements predicting that the discovery process in this lawsuit would reveal damaging details about the plaintiff Seth Rogers, including serious and unverified accusations of statutory rape in Virginia, which he claimed he still led to criminal charges. Fisher described this potential outcome as a blessing in disguise and detailed the legal ramifications, including mandatory prison sentence and sex offender registration, making severe, unsubstantiated criminal allegations. It's really going to suck when they have to take in the proof to court, huh? Harassment, emotional distress by causing significant psychological harm and interference with judicial proceedings by intimidating a plaintiff and discouraging the pursuit of legal action through threats of exposure to criminal charges. A true and correct copy of the corresponding post by Fisher are attached and incorporated in Exhibit 5. So we're at 19. Let's go down here and see these exhibits here. Let's see here.
I don't think they realize that's a defamation case that Mr. Seth Rogers can bring, not a injunction. or
Well,
RICO.
and in my opinion, I'm sure any 14-year-old who, you know, is being groomed by an adult is probably going to cause psychological damage, in my opinion.
He did say he loved her, like in an interview, that he knew that he loved her when she was 14.
Right. So, like I said, there's going to be proof with all that. So I just, you know.
And also, he said some other discriminating things, like a screenshot showed in Dolly's vision that he says that Sebastian Rogers was the only child she didn't abort of mine, or something like that. I would have to pull up the screenshot, but that was the screenshot. So when you make statements like that, people start saying, whoa, what the fuck's going on here? Why is he saying all these crazy shit? So, you know.
Green Eyed PI, they named a lot of people that are not creators. They just named anybody that they could that came up on panel just to try and scare people. That's all. That's all it was. In my opinion, that's all it was. So, anyways, here's the SF Investigates says my prediction regarding the injunction filed yesterday, which it is an injunction. Yesterday by Ad Night Media naming Seth Rogers as plaintiff. Seth is now subject to discovery, which will likely expose his relationship with Katie and Sebastian. Under oath, it will come to light that while in his 20s, Seth got a minor pregnant in Virginia. In Virginia, the statute of limitations for sex crimes against a minor is 20 years from the date. The cause of action, the crime occurs, which is when the victim turns 18. Therefore, until the victim's 38th birthday, Seth could still be charged with the R of a minor. This crime carries a mandatory minimum sentence of 5 years in prison and a lifetime registration by a sex offender. So by filing this lawsuit / injunction, Seth exposed himself to criminal charges. Blessing in disguise. And you know what? The internet's forever. Forever. Also, can you be a prison guard if you have rape charges? Or
no?
Didn't think so at all.
No, he's made statements like that in Dolly Vision's chat. He says, "Oh, well, Sebastian was the only one that wasn't abort. Like she didn't."
Yeah,
abort
he said Sebastian was the only one that she didn't abort. Yeah, I know.
So if Sebastian was born, if Sebastian was born when she was turned 18, right? That means that Sebastian would have to be the conception would have to be 17 if you're doing the math, right? If I'm doing the math wrong, that means there would have to be other prior situations if there was an abortion before that. Just like doing the math.
Yeah. Well, you know, when you're dealing with folks like Sean.
No, just saying. And these statements weren't made by other people. It was made by him. He said that in Dolly Vision's chat.
Right. And all that, I mean, all that is saved. I don't know if he thought it wasn't, or if he thought that wasn't going to be shown, or, you know what I mean? Because, see, that's the good thing about this is people have the right to defend themselves against allegations, bullshit allegations, and lies.
Yeah. And I just think it's just ridiculous at this point, but like whatever. And the problem is that I don't think Mr. SF Investigates would say something like that without the proof, without actual proof that he can defend himself in the defamation case. Because SF is not an idiot. He knows that is highly defamatory to claim that someone is a statutory rapist or anything like that, you know, or that is a defamatory statement. Just making this clear.
Most definitely is.
So
I believe he has the proof to go with that.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd make a statement such as that if he did.
Yeah. So we will see. But you know what the situation is? That is not the proper venue. Seth Rogers can bring a personal defamation case against Mr. SF Investigates on that basis, but not an injunction. It's not the proper place. It's not the proper course of action. Sorry, not sorry. Also, you'd have to sue him in California. I think he's a resident in California or something. So it's just not right. It's not a good. Pennsylvania law should not handle a defamation case whereby Seth Rogers lives. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense.
Right.
It just doesn't.
I don't know. Like I said, in my opinion, somebody was sold a dream / nightmare. I mean, just my opinion, though. So what's it really matter? Also, do not show hate to anybody mentioned in this live stream. Do not harass, attack, or seek out anybody mentioned in this live stream. And it's not defamation if it's true. By Sean's own words, he is guilty. Mr. North's musings. Let me see here. We'll put this trigger warning up since we're talking about, youngins and rape and stuff like that. We need to put that up there.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Trigger warning for anybody that doesn't, want to hear it or doesn't want to be in here while we're reading it. Putting this out for you. Let's see here. It says, but he really can't claim defamation for his own comments. Repeating what someone says about themselves can't become you defaming them. He defamed himself, and all he ever wanted was fame. Poor guy.
Well, the problem is that he can't sue someone for his own defamation case in the state of Pennsylvania. It would have to be, it doesn't have jurisdiction of the defamation. It would have to be either like his state, in the state of the person where they reside, basically. So basically, I don't know.
I can't wait for you guys to hear. Well, we don't have them all on here, but I can't wait for you guys to hear barbecue lawyers' response.
Yeah. Pennsylvania does not have jurisdiction for a defamation case for Seth Rogers. It just doesn't. It would have to be, he would have to sue him in California. That's why I'm kind of surprised people don't even know the basics of that. So, and it wouldn't be free. He would have to pay an attorney to sue someone, Seth Rogers. He would have to pay probably $50,000 to maybe $100,000, to be honest with you.
Well, yeah, I was going to say if he hired a lawyer, but if he let Betster help, then...
If he wants to lose for free, I think, okay. If you want to lose, yeah, hire Betster.
Yeah, her lawyer's response was, golden. It was golden.
But, Mr. E knows better than everyone. We're all going to jail for 30 years.
SF said it was amateur hour at Team Clown. Is this Team Clown Down or Clown? Yeah, I mean, California attorneys are very expensive. Any attorneys that you have to pay for out of pocket are very expensive.
And guess what? SF represents himself. So it won't be expensive for him to defend himself.
Well, Angela, we're eating popcorn for breakfast, baby.
So you want to read this part to make it quicker?
Go ahead, yeah. Yep.
19 at 1:56 p.m., Fisher posted statements indicating that if he had been named in the lawsuit, he would call a press conference to announce an abuse of process, malicious prosecution, action against the plaintiff's attorneys, whom he referred to as, quote, corrupt, and, quote, bottom feeder media whores, end quote. He also expressed support for GoFundMe to take action against these lawyers, suggesting taking offensive action against the plaintiff's legal representation, potentially interfering with their professional practice. A true and accurate copy of the responding post by Fisher is attached to here too, incorporated herein by reference of Exhibit 6. 20 and 8:40 p.m. Fisher posted that he had completed and was in the process of filing a non-party opposition to motion for injunctive relief and motion to strike the pleading filed by plaintiff asserting his standing as a Tennessee licensed private investigator against you can scroll down. I'm done with that. You can scroll down. A group he claimed was acting illegally without authority. He indicated his involvement was for the sake of Sebastian Rogers, stating, quote, invited or not, I am joining the fight, end quote. potentially interfering with legal proceeding, making defamatory accusation against the plaintiffs, and acknowledging acceptance of court jurisdiction by filing a motion. A true and correct copy of the corresponding post by Fisher is attached here too and incorporated herein by reference of Exhibit 7. 21. At 11:19 p.m., Fisher posted that his opposition to the preliminary injunction sought by plaintiff was available through Dropbox links stating quote, Sebastian Rogers. You can scroll down more. Sebastian Rogers deserves far better than what we are seeing from the team assembled by his own father. Potentially interfering with legal proceeding by publicly sharing legal documents, making defamatory implications of incompetence or negligence against Seth Rogers' team, and continuing a pattern of public harassment toward the plaintiff. A true and correct copy of the corresponding post by Fisher is attached here too and incorporated herein by reference as Exhibit 8. 22. On October 20th, 2024, at 11:23 a.m., Fisher posted that his opposition was aimed specifically at challenging the request for preliminary injunction relief, not dismissing the entire complaint, but expressed that he wanted the complaint to proceed as it would purportedly, you can scroll down, lead to criminal charges against Seth Rogers. He reiterated unsubstantiated accusations of sex crimes, stated that rapists and sex offenders should not walk freely, and encouraged journalists to confront Seth with these allegations constituting defamation, harassment, emotional distress, and incitement by amplifying harmful claims and urging public confrontation. A true and correct copy of the corresponding post by Fisher is attached here too and incorporated herein by reference. Exhibit 9. You can scroll down because I can't see it. Yeah. At 7:04 p.m., Fisher posted an accusation that Nick had threatened and intimidated critics in Sebastian Rogers' case, claiming that Nick's statements about obtaining user account, you scroll down, data were false, and accusing his lawyers of enabling these lies. Fisher also alleged that the plaintiff's team was financially unstable, knowing that, quote, Nick lives with his mom and owes over $5 million in judgment, end quote. And Dover reportedly owes millions in back taxes, end quote, suggesting that they could not afford the travel expenses. These statements are alleged to constitute defamation by accusing Nick and the plaintiff's lawyers of lying and engaging in illegal activities, harassment through personal attacks, and interference with economic relations by potentially damaging their personal reputations. A true and correct copy of the corresponding post by Fisher is attached here too and incorporated herein by reference as Exhibit 10. You can scroll down more. All right. At 24. At 11:52 p.m., Fisher posted that he had filed the final version of his opposition to at night request for preliminary injunction in the Sebastian Rogers case, noting revisions from the prior version and providing a link to proof of filing, ultimately demonstrating acceptance of jurisdiction. A true, correct copy of the corresponding post by Fisher is attached here too and incorporated herein by reference Exhibit 11. 25. At 11:10 a.m., Fisher mocked the plaintiff's press conference, referred to their lawyers as, quote, sleazy with, quote, amateur, end quote, filings, and mentioned the idea of setting a marching band constituting potential defamation, harassment, interference with the event. A true and correct copy of the corresponding post, you got to scroll a little bit upwards, like you post by Fisher, is attached here too and incorporated herein by reference as Exhibit 12. 26. On October 21st, 2024, 2:44 p.m., Fisher mocked the plaintiff's decision to cancel their press conference due to a concern about, quote, marching band, quote, end quote, implying that they were unreasonable or fearful, which may constitute harassment and defamation. A true and correct copy of the corresponding post by Fisher is attached here too, incorporated herein by reference as Exhibit 13. You can scroll down now. 27. At 9:06 p.m., Fisher posted that plaintiffs were looking for an excuse to explain their lack of search efforts for Sebastian Rogers and accused them of exploiting disappearance for financial gain, which may constitute defamation by attacking their motives, integrity, and harassment. through continued public criticism. Keyword criticism. Fucked up there. A true and correct copy of the corresponding post by Fisher is attached here too, incorporated herein by reference as Exhibit 14. On October 22nd, 2024 at 12:01 a.m., Fisher posted statements accusing plaintiff Brittany J. panhandling and begging for money. I got live. Scroll down. I mean, it's not defamation if it's like a little bit up. Just a little bit up. Just one line up. Okay, good. If it's not defamation if it's true. Panhandling and begging.
That's right, it's not. Sorry, I was rolling my blunt. Sorry about that. I was trying to keep up with you, but
sorry, I read a little fast.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was trying, but I gotta get this blunt rolled. So I got to smoke. I got.
We got priorities.
Bullshit. Smoke them if you got them. Y'all smoke them if you got them.
You got priorities. The priorities is the blunt over the reading of this. We gotta do that.
Good God, this is ridiculous.
Okay, so Brittany J. panhandling and begging for money during a live stream while also mocking her and providing updates to his legal filing status, which may constitute defamation by damaging her reputation.
There's no way to damage her reputation, though, in my opinion. She's been begging for a long time. There's fucking shit from her begging for a long time. She's been grifting for a while.
Yeah.
Well before this lawsuit. And we got fucking clips and screenshots and all that. So
we could have like a 24-hour stream of her begging, to be honest with you. We pulled it all together.
My car's broke down. Fall asleep on the stream. It's my kid and ain't me.
Oh, I need these lights and these cameras to protect myself. I might need some money for that. Oh, I need a computer.
But I just think it's so funny because everybody's got GoFundMe's now and they're trying to get lawyer fees.
Mm-hmm.
While I kick the cat. Okay.
Watch is going to be named in the next thing. They're going to, as the defamation of the kicking of the cat.
Yeah, they'll be pulling a Betster.
Harassment through public belittlement and interference with economic relations by potentially deterring financial support. A true and correct copy of the corresponding post by Fisher is attached here too and incorporated herein by reference Exhibit 15. 29. At 12:36 a.m., Fisher posted a statement comparing plaintiff Brittany J. to a persistent panhandler who knocks on a car windows, constitutes defamation and harassment through continued derogatory remarks and damage her reputation. And a true and correct copy of the corresponding post by Fisher is attached here too and incorporated herein by reference as Exhibit 16.
Well, like Stitching said, one must first have a good reputation before one can damage said reputation. I am fucking done. Yes, Granny's watching said she tagged him.
Yeah. Yeah. 30 at 12:49
and I feel like this like I said, in my opinion, this one matches mine quite a bit. Like they match up quite a bit.
Yeah. At 12:49 a.m., Fisher posted statements implying that plaintiff Brittany J. was exploiting her audience for money by restricting chat access to donors, stating, quote, "Give me money or go away," end quote. Which may constitute...
Well, damn, somebody's speaking truth, in my opinion.
Which may constitute defamation by damaging her reputation and harassment through persistent negative commentary. Keyword commentary, criticism, commentary, that's allowed. A true and correct copy.
That's what YouTube is based around.
Mm-hmm. A true and correct copy of the corresponding post by Fisher is attached here too, incorporated herein by reference as Exhibit 17. You can scroll down.
Yes, that's like Precious Pep did a $10 super sticker. Thank you so much. Should I pull a Griffney? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So much expected, but what's her saying?
No clue. I don't want.
Never expected, but always appreciated.
Jesus bless you. Jesus bless your heart, for that.
Cheesy, for that as long as you believe in God, Cheesy, we're gonna be all right.
Oh, that's good because I do.
So expected, but never appreciated.
Amen. Let's not forget, I just wanted to say real quick, I don't want to sidebar too far, but let's not forget, just before all this started, remember Betty was on her stream saying that she was going to file federal emergency injunctions against you?
Yes, ma'am. We got it clipped.
So this was all just right before this. So you know damn well, in my opinion, who is involved in all this. That just proves it to me. Anyways, I don't want to sidebar.
Scroll down to the next one, Queen. Let me see. 31. At 12:54 a.m., Fisher posted statements mocking and critiquing plaintiff Brittany J. and her co-host, suggesting that the plaintiffs were improperly conducting investigative services without proper licensing, which may constitute harassment by undermining their credibility, and defamation by implying that they were acting unlawfully. A true and correct copy of the corresponding post by Fisher is attached here too and incorporated herein by reference as Exhibit 18. 32. On October 22nd, 2024, at 7:52 p.m., Fisher posted comments mocking the plaintiff and their professional teams, highlighting that their press conference cancellation due to a joke about a marching band was covered by the mainstream media, suggesting incompetence or fear, which may constitute harassment, defamation, and a true and correct. You can scroll down. You can scroll down. A true and correct. Do I have to read the true and correct copy of the correspondence post by Fisher is attached here to incorporated herein reference as Exhibit 19 all the time? Or can we just skip that part? Because it seems like they're just repeating that shit with each exhibit. Either or. Doesn't matter. It's up to you. 33, October 30th, 2024 at 7:50 p.m. Fisher posted a comment suggesting that at-night lawsuit was faltering due to alleged falsehoods in sworn affidavits submitted by the plaintiff and accused them of potentially being liable for defendant's expenses. He further claimed, you can scroll. You can scroll. Scroll down. That the plaintiff case was weakened by the credibility issues and referenced plaintiff's Julia Valenti or in accusation of fraud, which may constitute defamation by accusing the plaintiff of lying and submitting false evidence, affidavits, harassment through continued attacks on their credibility and interference with legal proceedings by publicly discussing and undermining ongoing legal matters. A true correct copy of the correspondence Fisher attached here to incorporate herein by reference as Exhibit 20. This is like, you could scroll, but I just want to say, this is all that you'd probably have, these people would have separate defamation claim like cases. This is not a RICO. This is not for an injunctive relief. This is the wrong court for this. Like if Julia wants to sue because she feels that SF defamed her, she can sue on her own dime in her own state. The state of Pennsylvania does not have jurisdiction over any of these people for defamation. So far, I'm only hearing claims of defamation so far to Fisher.
I agree.
That's it. These are only claims of defamation. Now, do they have a case? I don't know. I personally don't think they have a case. I think he has proof of every statement he's made. But I think like this is not an injunction. This is not something you would have an injunction. This is not some sort of RICO case. This is not something you get jail time. I don't even think they'll even get through without this being dismissed, to be honest with you, because they're in the wrong jurisdiction. They're trying to pull people who aren't in the jurisdiction of the Pennsylvania court. What they're trying to state is defamation, which is in other states that you would have to sue in. You would have to sue the person in the other states. And it just doesn't make sense. You can scroll down, by the way, Queen. We're at 33. Keep on going. Scroll it down. Scroll it down.
And nobody on this panel is legal experts, by the way. This is just our opinions.
It's my opinion, but like I don't think what I'm stating is not something most people are thinking. you know, in their opinions. Like, so far reading it, it sounds like just defamation is the claim. But that doesn't sound like a RICO. That doesn't sound like something for injunctive relief. I don't even think he has jurisdiction for a defamation case. And what is the remedy? Their court's going to say, well, SF, you got to shut the fuck up about these people. Well, that just stops his freedom of speech, and that doesn't make sense. So, I don't know. You can scroll down that, by the way, Queen.
I just can't believe all these people are doing this, and they call you a little bitch. I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah, they call me the little bitch, you know, for some reason. I don't know. They're crying about people critiquing them, basically, and have commentary. And that just shows you, like, most of these people are thin-skinned motherfuckers. They can't stand the criticism. Because the truth of the matter is it hits close to home. But if Julia felt that she was defamed, she could have easily went to court and dealt with that. I'm just saying. On October 30th, 2024, at 7:50 p.m., Fisher posted a comment suggesting that that night lawsuit was full. Okay, you can scroll down. Scroll down. Okay. On November 1st, 2024, at 9:55 a.m., Fisher posted statements accusing plaintiff Andrew Griffin, or Bullhorn Betta, of hypocrisy and violating GoFundMe's terms of service by seeking donations for her criminal defense, and adding that he reported her to GoFundMe, which may, you can scroll down, constitute defamation by damaging her reputation, interference with economic relations by potentially disrupting her fundraising efforts, and harassment through public attacks causing reputational harm. A true and correct copy of the corresponding post by Fisher is attached here to and incorporated herein, referenced in Exhibit 2135. Fisher demonstrates a pattern of harassment, defamation aimed at plaintiffs coordinated with existing defendants. C 23, 25, 27, 29, 31, 32, CIPRA. His public statements have incited others to act against the plaintiff, contributing to the broader campaign of harassment. See 21, 24, 28, 30, 35 to 41, CIPRA. 36. Rebecca Michelle Turner, known as Queen Bee, because they already doxed you, so sorry about that. Was reading.
That's all right. I know I was going to say you just read it on through, but it's all right. They've already doxed the fuck out of me, so it doesn't matter.
All right. Has been associated with this discussion. Finally, they talk about you. It only took about...
Yeah, it only took fucking 25 fucking pages here. Page 10 now, finally. Okay.
Yeah, finally. Michelle, okay.
Queen Bee has been associated with discussions involving defendants Singh, Trude, and Fisher, which have included defamatory statements. So here's the RICO. It's the motherfucking RICO. We've all spoken at some point in time.
It's the motherfucking RICO. She's the queen of the RICO.
Defamatory statements and discussions that could be perceived as contributing to harassment against plaintiffs. Turner, otherwise known as Queen Bee, hosted at least 17 live streams. Okay, so here we go. Here's all the live streams we've had. Because, you know, they got to add in shit that doesn't have nothing to do with them, in my opinion. But okay. I know we ain't had no 17 live streams over the RICO. But here, anytime anybody comes on a panel, this is what they do. So this is how they're going to, in my opinion, get their, you know, their 2,500 fucking defendants that they got. Salty, you're up here. Granny's watching. You're up here. Give me just a minute. So basically what they're doing here is saying, yep, she had a live stream. And while she was on that live stream, guess who came up there? Green-eyed PI came up there. Beat him. Voices unidentified because you didn't know who the fuck it was. And it ain't your fucking business anyways. Bitter Tea. Basically, and just like with Amy's birthday party, Amy is, you know, should have never been added to this. And we'll definitely be talking to the attorneys about that as well. But they add just pretty much anybody that comes up on panels. So I'm guessing that's probably how they're going to come up with their 52 defendants, in my opinion. But I don't know. Could say otherwise. But here we got Voices, B. Tim, My Dog Snack Dealer, Oracle Crow, Gypsy Trails, Voices, Synopsis, B. Tim, Ellie, Brianna Davidson, Mitten Mama, A47, Elevated Truth. So basically they went through every live stream and just put names to it. Cheesy Weezy, Lindsay Beninzi, My Dog Snack Dealer, Defendant Singh, Rowena Sudpucker, Synopsis. November 2nd, my channel hosted by Turner, 1 hour, 47 minutes, featuring Rowena and Bitter Tea and Southern Ish and Mitten Mama. Had nothing to do with nothing, but they just added the shit in here.
Imagine being
Pretty
the
much
judge.
anybody
though.
that comes up on panel. This is the one that we just had this one. B Tim voices Ange Phoenix. Phoenix is Amy. How fucking dare y'all? Y'all are pathetic pieces of shit, in my opinion,
Yeah.
for that.
They put her in emotional distress doing that. That's not
Fucking
cool.
right they did. And like I said, yeah.
Imagine
sure
being the judge. My dog snack dealer. Like, what?
The problem is that they're just posting live streams and they're not posting the sections in which they would have to.
Yeah, there's no timestamps. There's nothing. They're just trying to, make
so they expect
here.
So
This is
the
Crime
judge,
Sleuth Cappy, Cluminati, Ellie, Bitter Tea, Cappy, Voices, B Tim. Anybody that basically comes up on the fucking panel, they just tried to add it to it.
and then are they expecting a judge to watch like 50 hours of Queen?
They know the judge ain't gonna watch none of those. Just like when Andrea did my fucking lawsuit, she put in a bunch of fucking Chinese clips that didn't have nothing to do with nothing.
And then they put in 38. This is an act defined as a pattern, quote, a pattern of racketeering activity as involving at least 2 other acts of indictable offenses, which can include fraud and other forms of misconduct. 39, and it's like, it doesn't tell you what the fraud is. Don't tell you what the indictment is. Doesn't tell you anything about that. It's just crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. They don't tell you anything. They just say, well, these people were on panel, so they talk to each other, but whatever. 39, the actions described include defamation through unsubstantiated harmful accusations made publicly by Stephen Fisher and the other defendants. C23 through 25, 29 through 30, 34, Supra, harassment through persistent negative commentary, keyword commentary, and public ridicule, C 10, 17, 24, 28, 35 through 37, Supra, interference with constitutional economic regulation. We're skipping that shit, I guess. It's going right fast. I can't read that fast. Contractual economic relations by discouraging financial and professional support. C 30, 35, 41, Supra. And then the next one says justification for amendment under the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organization Act 18 PA CSA 911. Isn't that like a criminal statute and not an actual civil statute? Sir, you might be citing something off. 40.
We're not here to help, B10. Just a friendly reminder, okay?
Well, it was stated in the other.
Yeah, I'm just saying we're not here to help them. If they fuck up, they fuck up. Don't point out nothing.
Okay, sorry. They might want to hire me then, I guess, to help them out. 40. The Pennsylvania Corrupt Organization Act 18 PA CSA 911 prohibits any person from being associated with an enterprise that engages in the pattern of racketeering activity. Can you slide down?
How's it racketeering?
It's not, in my opinion.
They haven't told.
But,
the only thing they've actually started to claim is defamation and harassment, maybe. They haven't even shown any sort of bribery or, crimes.
I can show bribery. Did you know by them claiming this is federal and we're going to jail that in itself is defamatory?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I see Brenda's got a whole lot of shit down there running her cockbox. I seen all that.
They're going to have to amend it, make it 18 live streams, and add the new panel guest that just came up. You just wrote, everybody click the link, you just rotate. You don't even have to talk. Just come up.
I'm going to go ahead and drop down now.
Salty's like, I don't want part of this shit.
Salty's like,
Well, Salty, I'm sorry to say this, baby. You've already clicked the link and you're already up here. So you're going to be added just like Amy was, just like everybody else was. You're part of the 52 criminal fucking enterprise. Welcome, baby.
Can you imagine a judge? You got the honey, you got barbecue, you got watermelons, now you got salty. Like, what is this? A picnic
I'm bringing the cheese to the barbecue.
Yeah, we got
the
the
major
cheese.
food groups.
I just wanted to say a couple of things. I want to say, first of all, I want to say thank you to Granny for helping me out last night because I was clueless trying to do YouTube. I'm still trying to figure this out, and I really do appreciate you guys trying to help me figure out how to navigate.
They're kind of hard though. They are. I mean, it is kind of, you know what I mean. Especially when you're new to it, it's,
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out. So I appreciate y'all
Salty.
helping.
I got one more thing to tell you about that. You need to not upload anything from TikTok with the TikTok watermark because they'll get you for reuse content over here.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank
Well,
you
that's
for the
if you
education.
try to monetize. If you're not worried about monetizing or making any kind of money, then it doesn't matter. But
Okay. All right. Well, good to know. Yeah, I
it's just
appreciate
good
all the help
information
I
to have.
can get. Which leads me to my next statement, which is I don't know shit about shit. So like the whole thing about the 30 years, that was some information that was given to me by somebody who follows my account who does have, background in law. I don't know.
Right.
I just refer to them. You know what I mean? Like I don't know shit about shit. So that's what I say. I always say people when they follow me on my content on my page, I don't know shit
Yeah, I
about
was kind of
shit.
shocked to see that. I'm like, wait a minute, who the fuck told you that? Who told you
Take
that?
it with a grain of salt. That's why I'm the salty lunatic. Take everything I say with a grain of salt. I don't know shit about shit. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. This is just what somebody told me. You know what I mean?
You
So
go back and let him know, or whoever it was, that they were a little incorrect on it. That's all.
I'm sure they'll get it with it.
Salty, do you cook, Salty?
I do not cook at all.
Okay, so I suggest you watch this guy since you're going to go to jail for 30 years. Easy peasy. He's going to help you out how to do
well,
jail.
actually,
No,
what
not
they
Salty.
had- what
Beats
they
him. You're
had
confused.
told
They said barbecue.
Yeah, they said barbecue lady only. Nobody else is really at risk of
Salty.
anything. They're just because she's the head of the whole RICO enterprise, according to what they were claiming. And I'm just repeating what they said. Please don't kill the messenger. I don't know. I'm just fucking trying to learn.
That would be possibly legitimate if this was criminal, because first off, you're not going to jail off civil to begin with. But if this was criminal charges and there was actually a RICO organization going on, like an enterprise, sure, somebody would face jail time. I mean, look at P. Diddy and YSL and all these people that actually face RICO. But that's the height, with utmost respect.
Just like YSL, okay, that's a criminal RICO case.
Yeah,
that's a criminal.
Almost 2 years,
but
and he got 15 years of probation. That is an actual an actual criminal RICO case. That is an actual criminal RICO case, and he got 15 years probation.
Also, the people that allegedly murdered 2 people each only got 5 years in jail. In that young thug thing. So like the biggest person that got the largest time was the people that murdered people, and they got 5 years.
Well, my point is that's the same exact heightment that they have all these little Brendas running around on, which again is defamatory. Nobody's going to jail over this. Maybe somebody's might be going to jail soon, but it's not going to be a defendant. I can promise you
Not over this.
Not over this. And hopefully nothing else. Knock on wood. My felon ass don't want any more felonies. Leave me alone. I don't want no part of no RICO.
This whole thing to me is it just looks like absurdity. And that's the way I look at it all these lawsuits. But you know what? At the end of the day, and I have to defend myself from yesterday, Queen Bee. I was watching a little bit of what the show was with Barbecue's mom and all the drama going on with that. I don't want
like over here. I think it's just different from over here to over there. Because we're like super against real life stuff. And so I actually just seen your video this morning, said something about who's going to tell her. Am I going to tell her? What do you mean? What is that? I don't know who these people are.
Exactly. So that's the whole thing. So I feel like there's a lot of misinformation going around when it comes to this shit. I never went real life with Barbecue. I'm not harassing her. She's going around, begging people for help, going to large creators, begging them to go after me and attack me because she's claiming that she's a victim of me trying to, harass her with childhood trauma or some bullshit because of her mom. Now, this all happened a while back with Ocean, where she brings, the Ocean brought her mom up on the platform.
That's who brought her mom on there. So I was going to say, I know all the girls brought her fucking mom on there. It was a really big deal.
I don't know exactly who it was. It was a group of girls working together. I don't know if it was Ocean. I don't want to say it was because that might be misinformation. I don't know exactly who it was. I just know there was a handful of girls, that were all kind of involved in this situation where it was Chaps, Ocean, Bertha, and Chase and Crime, right? And so they're all involved in this whole thing. And then
right now, this is a TikTok crew that's with Tony. They come with Tony.
Correct. That's Tony's 2 a.m. girls. Okay, from what I understand.
2 a.m. girls. Okay.
So then Barbecue sees that her mom. She must have known that her mom was gonna be on platform. And I say this because I assume, this is just my opinion, but it appeared as though she knew beforehand, because as soon as her mom jumped up on platform, she was there to be like, get her down. Why is she up there? Well, come to find out later, because BBQ was going back and she was befriending some of these girls. And I'm like, why are you befriending them after everything they did? And she's like, well, Chaps said that my mom was following her for like 2 years. And she actually didn't reach out to my mom. My mom went to her and I got the proof and I got a text message and she's sending it to me, showing me the text that her mom actually had been in the true crime community and had been following Chaps this whole time, and nobody reached out to the mom. The mom's actually reaching out to true crime creators, and she's going online. She's on live. She was just on Steph's Case Files the other day on their live. She's on lives all the time in different people's lives in the true crime community, and apparently she's been in the true crime community for a long time. Now, when it came to my whole situation with BBQ, her mom bought my shirt before I even left for North Carolina. Now that she bought it through the TikTok shop. I don't know who these people are ordering stuff when they order through the TikTok shop. I don't know who her mom is. I don't care who her mom is. And I don't know what she expects, but I feel like she wants me to take a picture of her mom, put it on my bathroom wall. And if her mom reaches out to me, I'm not allowed to talk to her or respond to her or say anything. Because if I do, she's going to cry victim. And how dare you use my mom to come after me? Well, I'm not using your mom. Your mom bought a shirt from me. Then she made a video.
So her mom was in starting shit because obviously they have issues. So if she knew you were friends,
they got issues. Well, we were friends when she bought the shirt, so I don't know what her deal is. Maybe she just loves her daughter and is just trying to be close to her in any way she can. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking care. It ain't my drama. It ain't my problem.
Business. That's, to be honest,
it's not my business at all. And for them to bring their drama,
it all goes back to, you know what I'm saying, real life shit.
Why are you bringing your drama onto my platform? You bought my shirt. I didn't tell you to buy my shirt except for my videos going, everybody buy my shirt. And then her mom just happens to come to me and buy my shirt.
But do you duet everybody that does the buy shirts?
I haven't had very many people buy shirts, but I tell you what, if anybody does a video saying that they bought one of my products, you better damn well believe I'm going to duet it.
Correct.
If somebody is making a video,
because they said that yesterday, that was what they said was basically somebody that came in the chat and said you were being malicious about it.
You better believe I'm going to duet it.
That's what I said yesterday.
What's the malicious about duetting a video, smiling and saying, thank you for buying my product? How is that fucking malicious? This girl just wants to be a victim. Now she's sent her lawyer after me. They're suing me for $15,000. $15,000 she want because I did a duet with her fucking mom. This girl's fucking nuts. You stay away from that bitch if you want my advice, but that's just my advice. She roping all you guys into some bullshit. She got all her followers coming after me and harassing me. Because that's what they do. They go around and harass people. If you don't fucking fall in line to what BBQ says, her and her little fucking honeypot minions will come around and harass you. They're desperate. Oh, her lawyer calling me at all hours of the night. Cease and desist. Cease and desist. I ain't ceasing and desisting nothing. I'm just speaking my truth. I'm not doing nothing wrong. I'm not doing nothing wrong. And you crazy if you think I'm going to give you. She demanding $15,000. Just a demand letter. I demand you give me $15,000 for pain and suffering.
When was this?
You must
recent?
Be crazy.
Is this recent?
2 days ago, literally, like yesterday. I got a fucking letter delivered by the court delivery guy, process server. And that bitch is just as crazy as Bullhorn Betty. They both need to go hang out in Looney Tunes together.
What? You know, people, this all needs to stop.
Yeah.
People are filling up the goddamn court system with all this frivolous bullshit. And the court system is already weighed down by so much normal stuff. We don't need this in the courts today.
Listen, I'm about to change my profession and become an attorney because it seems like a lot of fucking lawsuits coming. I might be able to get a lot of business.
Right? Specialize in internet law.
Internet.
Yeah.
UA Crimson Tide. I don't know if I'm saying that right or not, honey, but you're up here with us.
Yeah. Salty, you really need to stop. Like, you are coming to QB and you are absolutely lying about everything. You know you don't duet everybody that buys a t-shirt from you. You know that you admit it. Like, you had a 5-hour vile ass disgusting live stream the other night where you had people coming that were on quote unquote your side coming and telling you how disgusting you were being by going as real life as you were going. So I mean, we can go back and like revisit that live stream that you had but you knew damn well that that was Barbecue's mom when you duetted the video. You knew it was damn well Barbecue's mom when you gave her the shirt. You said that you had been talking to Barbecue's mom the entire time behind the scenes. Let's talk about that.
Well, she dropped down and then she popped back up and then she dropped back down.
She must not be able to hear QB. That's what happened the other night when I went, when it was supposed to be an open panel, 5-hour live stream. And then I got up there and confronted her. She wouldn't let anybody up. And I get up and confront her, and then she drops down.
Okay, Salty, you back up here?
I think so. I didn't hear anything she said, but I was sorry. I got booted up. I don't know what happened.
Okay. Basically, she said you knew it, but you want to go ahead and repeat that, or do you want me to repeat it?
You can repeat it, QB.
Basically, she said you knew about the shirt, you knew about her mom, you didn't do it, you don't do it your shirt, you don't do it and do shirts with everybody, and then you did a 5-hour live stream the other night and was really fucking vile about it and going real life and stuff. So I mean, I missed your live streams. They said you did a couple of them, but I missed both of them actually.
Oh, I did. I did a live and basically told the story from beginning to end, from my perception of what happened with Barbecue. And they were very upset because I don't care about Barbecue's childhood trauma. I don't. And I'm not going to sit there and coddle the girl. And I'm not going to be mean to her mom when she comes and buys a shirt from me. She can't make me be mean to her mom. And that's just ridiculous to even ask me to be mean to your mom because of your childhood trauma. That's none of my business. Why are you bringing your child trauma to me and making it my business?
Okay, Salty. You said that you just said on QB's panel you didn't know it was her mom when she bought the shirt. Yet
I didn't know it was her mom.
Stream, hold on. Yet on your own live stream, you said you had been talking to her mom behind the scenes the entire time, right?
Bullshit. No, I did not say that. Never talked to her mom
you said during
before
your 5
North
hours
Carolina, period. You better go back and clip it and show me, bitch, because that ain't what I said, okay? So don't be lying up here and slandering my name, because I'm sick of it. I'm sick of this shit. Y'all are frivolous lawsuits all over the place with your bullshit. You're acting like victims when you're not. Her mom's been in the community for a long time. Her mom came to me. Her mom bought a shirt from me. Her mom did a video thanking me for the shirt. I did a duet. That ain't traumatizing her in no fucking way. And if you think that's mean for me to say it, then stay salty. I don't fucking care. I don't care about her childhood trauma, and I'm not going to be mean to her mom just because she's all butthurt about some shit that happened 40 years ago. Not my problem. I don't care. And if that makes me an asshole, then so be it. I'm an asshole. I don't know what you want from me. I don't care.
How many people do you duet that buy things from you?
If you make a video and you've bought something from me, I duet all of them. Okay? If you don't like it, too bad. And I duet as many or as little as I want. That's none of your business, and it's not your issue. If I want to duet somebody who's bought a product from me, then I'll duet them. I don't need to sit there and be like, oh, here's a picture of Barbecue's mom. I'm not allowed to duet her. I'm not allowed to talk to her. If I see her in the comments, I better not respond. You're out of your mind.
So do you think her mom was doing it to be malicious then, like reaching out to you to be malicious?
I don't care. I really don't give a fuck. That's their drama, not mine. Keep it off my platform. You got drama with your mama, go to counseling with your mama and go take care of it. It's not my problem. If somebody comes on my platform and they show me respect, I'm going to show them respect. I'm not going to have a list of people that I'm allowed to talk to because what Barbecue says. Barbecue can fuck off.
Little Daisy, you're up here.
Hey, so my main thing with Salty is Salty, you know dang well you got on your live and you victim shamed the fuck out of Barbecue. You said that her trauma didn't happen. She would never did this. She never did that to Barbecue. That is where you fucked up. And you know damn well that's where you fucked up. Get the fuck off this platform now.
No,
yes,
I'm not going to do what you say. You're not the boss of me. For one, that's not what I said. I said Barbecue.
That is exactly what you said, word for word. She wasn't hit. She wasn't beat. She wasn't this. She wasn't that. That is exactly what you said.
Let me tell you what I said. What I said is that Barbecue's mom told me that she never laid a hand on her. Barbecue's mom says that she ain't got no felonies and that she never touched Barbecue. I don't know if it happened or not. It's none of my fucking business. I don't
That's
care.
victim. That's putting yourself in a
victim
situation
shaming.
that is
That's-
not yours to be in. Get the fuck off this platform. You don't belong here where you're victim shaming.
Ew.
Get off.
Go cry to your mama.
That's all I gotta say. Sorry, QB, but I'm heated. This is, it's wrong to
Stay
victim
salty.
shame.
Stay salty. Nobody's victim shaming her. It's
You
just not my
are,
trauma.
and I'm saying
it's not my
sorry to
problem.
Queen Bee because it's her platform,
Well, you should.
not yours.
I don't know.
You need to stop.
I don't like the real life shit, anyways. I just don't. I don't.
I know.
You
QB,
know, it's not
you
something
don't
I
like
fuck
the
with.
real
It's
life
not
shit,
something-
and I know you're not probably aware of the disgusting, like, I'm just gonna call. I call a spade, and I'm not on like. I'm gonna call out when someone's wrong and when someone's right. I will call out. I'm not, team so and so where I have to like call out. Like, I'll call out Barbecue if she's wrong. I'm not gonna ride or die for somebody that's doing wrong. And I always respected Salty until this bullshit happened the other night. And she knows what she did was wrong. It wasn't.
I sleep well at night. I ain't got no
just
problem sleeping.
Well, that's the problem, Salty.
Ain't no problem with me. I ain't got no problem. And if you got a problem, that's your problem. You better deal with it. That's not beyond real life. Her mom came to me. She got a problem with her mom. She needs to take it off the app. I'm not going to be mean to somebody because you got problems with them. You got problems with them. That's your problem. That's not my problem. She bought a shirt from me. She was nice to me. I'm going to be nice to her. You want me to put a picture up of your mama on my bathroom wall so I can remember who she is and be mean to her? If she's nice to me, you're out of your mind. What you're asking me to do is absolutely ridiculous. No, you are ridiculous to even try and act like I got to know who this girl's mama is and be aware and be on the lookout to make sure that I'm not responding nicely if she's nice to me. The woman reached out to me and was nice to me. I'm going to be nice back. You got a problem with it? Stay salty. I don't care. Period. I don't care.
Salty,
and her childhood trauma is none of my business.
Like you made Betty look like she was, saying the other night.
Your opinion of me is none of my business. It really is not. It concerns me none.
It wasn't just mine.
I don't care. None of y'all's opinion is my business. All your little group, your opinion is none of my business. I don't care.
Okay, so you both agree to disagree, so I guess that's it.
Thank
you,
Lisa. I agree.
It makes QB
and so, CJ did a super.
Go
ahead,
you
baby.
are what you associate with, and then associating with this is disgusting now. I mean,
if you can't control the people, you're going to try and control how others think about them. And now you're going to say, oh, she can't associate with me because now she's going to look bad. How dare she? How do you try to control Queen Bee like that? I'm sure she can see through your gaslighting bullshit too. Get the fuck out of here.
Since she doesn't like real life shit, she needs to look at it and judge for herself.
Queen Bee, if my mama came to you and bought a subscription
and
from
there was
you,
shit going on, I'd tell her I'm sorry, but I'm not.
Would
I'm
you
not
know?
involved in that. No, I'm not selling you a shirt right now because obviously there's shit going on, and I don't want my business affected by it, and I don't want to go.
Would you know it was my mom? Would you know it was my mom?
If we had a big ass fucking argument and she was already on the platform and there was a big ass thing going on,
she was never on my platform, and the platform that she was on, I didn't even really watch that live. I heard about the drama. No, I actually didn't watch the live with her mom in it. I caught wind with the aunt later, so I never even saw what her mom looked like until she sent me a message when I was at work going, why are you talking to my mom? Because her mom messaged her. Left a comment in my messages. I'm sorry, but if you got problems with your mom, it's not my problem. It's not my drama. And I'm not going to be mean to people.
Being on the broadcast before I thought she was involved with that because you were friends with Barbecue back then.
No, I just thought it because I thought they had gone after the mom and went and sought her out because that was what I was told. And then I defended her and said that was wrong. Because it is wrong to go seek out the mom.
And that was what made me stand behind you because you was calling out the bullshit, the real life shit. That's not cool and that's not okay.
Exactly. And I was defending her. And then all of a sudden, Barbecue's like besties with these girls. And I'm like, what the fuck? And she's like, well, I'm besties with them again because They never reached out to my mom. My mom actually had followed them for years. So when they are besties again, yeah, I'm going to question it and be like,
You're cutting out. I don't know if it's
why y'all
just for me. but-
mistaken? My mom followed them. Well, they're playing games. The mama and the daughter together playing games. Y'all can feel sorry for if you want. I don't. If y'all want to hate me for it, you can. I really don't care.
Salty's
At
made
the end of the day.
9,999 videos at barbecue on her own time. She speaks on barbecue 23.5 hours a day. Why is she?
She talks about me all day on lives, about me. That girl with her 5 friends all sit there on their lives chatting about me all day long.
Well,
What I do is no different.
I mean, like,
I'm just
it's
responding to them.
Yeah.
It's all he said.
Okay,
she
so
said
the live. So
bullshit.
she does the live, then you respond to the videos, right?
Yeah, it's the
I'll
same
talk
thing.
about
It's just a different form. Yeah, exactly. Everybody's just responding to each other, talking shit.
Okay.
And it's shit that I really don't care about. I don't want nothing to do with it. I don't want no drama with the mom, with the family. I don't care about her family history. I don't care about it. I don't care enough nobody sought out her mom. She's out of her mind. Her mom came to me. I got all the receipts to prove it. And if she don't like it, she can handle me in court and we can deal with it in courtroom. I don't care.
I mean,
whatever suits her fancy. Her and her fancy Trump lawyers. I really don't care. Because at the end of the day, I didn't do shit to hurt that girl. And she's just losing it because she thinks that I reached out to her mom and I saw out her mom. When I get an order on TikTok, I don't know who these people are. I don't even look at the names. I see t-shirt and I send the packing slip to my man. He prints it out. I throw it on the fucking box and I ship it out. I don't look and see who it is. When her mom did a video to me and was like, thank you so much. I love this shirt. Well, yeah, I'm going to duet it. You're welcome. Thank you for promoting my business. And you're not going to ask me to not promote my business on my page. That's a ridiculous quest to ask of me. Ridiculous. And if you got problems with your mom, take it off the app. But for her mom to have come to me, her mom trying to start trouble with her, that's on them. That's their drama, not mine. Don't use me to go back and forth with each other and try and drag me in the middle of it and act like I'm the problem. I ain't the problem. Y'all the problem.
I did, in your defense yesterday, Salty, say that if this was about your business, nobody should have a say in that.
They don't have a say. They can all kiss
And
my
you
ass,
defended
in my
her.
opinion.
You defended her based on
And
that.
thank you. I
and you were
appreciate
wrong.
that.
You were wrong because the video that you were referring to that Salty made was a lie. So I'm just letting you know that.
What video? The duet?
Salty.
You all butthurt about a duet because her mom did a video and was like, this shirt's so nice. I love this shirt. And all I did was sit there and smile and duet it and play it on my platform.
Well, I'd rather be wrong for defending.
I know that's you think that's harassing, but that's ridiculous.
Well, yeah,
and there ain't no
did you
court
say in that
in
video?
the
Hold on, I got a quick
country
question.
that's gonna say that.
Hold on, they're saying in the chat that you told her you wanted her mom to be your mom.
Yep.
Yeah, afterwards, because they were all fucking coming at me being assholes. So yeah, you're gonna be an asshole to me. Then you know what? Her mom is nice. And she's on there slandering her mom, saying her mom assaulted her, and her mom says that's not true. And her mom nice.
Her mom
come to me and sit there and demand
out of the custody
and harass me because I was nice to her. Well, then, yeah, you deserve everything you get. Yeah, now I'm going to be nice to her even more and be even more nice just to piss you off and just kill you with kindness. I hope it works. I'm going to kill you with kindness, and I hope it works. And you can hate me for it. Stay salty. Y'all can be honest, the most evil person in the world. I don't care. Really, to be honest.
Even Body's in there calling you a liar, just so you know, Salty. And I think QB knows that Body wouldn't be saying you're a liar. And you knew it was her mom.
I don't care. I don't care. They don't know what I know. They weren't in my head. They can't sit there and be like, you knew? You don't know shit about what I know.
Okay.
You don't know shit about what I know. You're just making accusations that I knew it was her mom. I don't fucking care it's her mom. I'm going to be nice to her. She's buying my product. And she's making a nice video. I'm going to be nice to her. I don't care if it's Barbecue's mom. Barbecue's trauma is not mine.
I mean, to be honest,
it's not for me to be like, oh, well, you got trauma with your mom. Now I can't talk to her. No, That's your trauma. That's your problem, not mine. Stop making your problem my problem. Stop making your drama my drama. I don't want it in my life. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to think about it. I don't care. I don't care enough to put a picture of her mom up and be like, I have to ignore this woman and be me if she ever reaches out to me. I don't care enough to do that. And if that makes me a terrible person, then so be it. I don't care.
No, I think the more you talk, you come across like a terrible person, to be honest, because I was kind of like leaning towards you, like I understood where you're coming from, but you can't deny that Barbecue's mother intentionally reached out to you to buy a shirt to be fucking petty. And now it sounds like you're just being petty back because you're angry.
Granny, you should have heard I know you were there for the first whatever, 45 minutes, but it went on for over 5 hours of her going on and on and on and on.
I won't even judge that.
The court stopped. The court stepped in, Salty. Barbecue.
At this point, you were trying to sue me for $15,000.
Can I make a statement?
I'm going to defend myself.
Talk a lot.
Can I make a statement? I'm going to make a statement. If this is not proof that there is no enterprise for a RICO, I don't know what is. This is like exhibit motherfucking A, because this is definitely not an enterprise.
Part of no enterprise.
This must be the most disorganized enterprise ever, if that's the case. So I mean, like, that's the truth. This is exhibit A. Okay, I'm just stating that. Like, no one likes each other. Everyone's arguing with each other. No, you know what I mean? Like, that's why I laugh when people say this is an organized community that's trying to get some people. It's not. It's not. It's a bunch of.
I was gonna say that Petty AF, you're up here. We're not really getting anywhere.
I was gonna say the same thing. Should we keep repeating her trauma anyway? Is kind of ridiculous, if you ask me.
Yeah,
nobody needed to know this.
I don't agree with that shit at all. Really, I just don't.
I've just got a question for Brennan. Have they set?
You're up here, baby.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
I'm just wondering, Granny, have they set any dates for this litigation yet? Or Queen, have you been served?
Nope, I ain't been served.
No. Do you know if that's coming? Well, it will be coming, but I'm just wondering if there's been any movement.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's not going to happen in November, and you'll be lucky if it happens in December. Because courts usually fucking close down.
And no dates.
Yeah.
As of now.
And there's no court dates. And usually, my understanding, if you read SF's post, he says that first they have to accept, he basically posts something today. I think SF posted something. I kind of would answer. Let me just go to Twitter. One moment. And I got to go in 15 minutes, by the way. Queen, just give me a heads up. Let me just read the SF stuff.
Well, what would happen is all the defendants have to be served, and then the injunction at least gets heard with the judge, and the judge then, decides on that, and then you go forward with everything else. That's normally.
So, SF stated, I don't know who Mr. E Crimecast is, but their clickbait headlines, quote, breaking new defendants added to RICO case is completely inaccurate. What is actually filed is a motion asking the court for leave to submit a revised pleading, which seeks to add me and one other individual as defendant. The court has not yet granted permission. While it's true that courts typically allow such amendments, the new filings will be dismissed quickly due to the lack of jurisdiction. Importantly, what they filed is not a new lawsuit or injunction. It is simply a procedural motion requesting the court's permission. If they're relying on that channel for information, you're being misled. On another note, what happened with Bruce Castor? I kept hearing claims that I was destined for jail because the former Pennsylvania Attorney General was involved. Now suddenly he's off the filings. Strange. What will be interesting to watch is how the defendants who assumed that they were getting free legal representation react when they realize that sanctions and counterclaims for legal fees and expenses will be assigned to them individually. And let me tell you, I love enforcing judgments. Judgment debtor exams and other intrusive collection methods make it all the more enjoyable. And he says, fraud is Sebastian's name, question mark. You are all class act. Anyway, I have to get back to the marching band to practice. So I hope that helps you your question.
Marching band practice.
Marching band. Yeah, and that's what I think Mr. E, that Crimecast they're completely out of their depth. You know, it's one thing to like,
they're just following what Betty says.
yeah,
They got
it's
so
one,
much wrong last night. Sorry,
yeah,
Peter.
yeah, it's like it's one thing to read like and talk about true crime and have an opinion on a case and read documents, but they have no experience when it comes to legal matters. They have no understanding of law. Even me, I'm going to say this, I am not a lawyer. I'm reading from the documents and I'm using my opinion, educated opinion. But like for them to sit there and act like they are authority and they know what they're talking about is full bullshit. Any lawyer that's read this document has laughed at it, at their thing. Every lawyer. Now, I would agree. I said this in the beginning, and I'm glad SF was agreeing with me that the plaintiffs might be personally liable when they get hit with an anti-slap and get countersued. And that's why people don't realize. And also, did Mr. Joseph tell them what happens if they get personally sued in their states for defamation? Will Mr. Joseph Lysak represent them? He can't. He's in Pennsylvania.
Oh, you might want to know, QB, too. Speaking of like the plaintiffs, one of the plaintiffs in the suit, since you're now named in there, I just want you to know one of those was modding for Salty during her rant about barbecue the other night. I think.
Okay, should she care? I mean, like,
I'm just saying, like, that's just like Salty has turned to the people that, were, Tony.
Yeah, I get it.
And the
but
2 a.m. girls to get
well,
back at barbecue.
Yeah, I get it, but that's
And
not my
drama.
Yeah, I get it, but I don't know. No, I don't bring that back up, please. Yeah, I just kind of want to like.
I'm gonna hop on down. I
Yeah.
got things to do. Thank you, Queen Bee, for letting me speak my piece. Have a great day. I do respect all of you guys, even if we don't always agree.
Bye, Salty. Have a good day.
Yeah. You have a good one.
Have the day you deserve.
But I think
have a good day.
Yeah, I mean, I just whatever. But yeah, if you want to pull up the document, I have like 15 minutes. 15 minutes, and you thought I was going to sidebar you. I wanted an apology for that. You thought I was going to sidebar. Like BTM talks too much, and you thought I was going to be it.
I came up here and tried to so bad just make my point real quick, and then okay, go ahead, BTM, you do your thing.
Chase,
Yeah, I'm gonna drop down as
Chase
well.
is in the lawsuit. Is that what you mean? Chase is one of the ones who made the statement.
Chase, the one that came up on your panel that night, blitzed as hell.
Yep. Yeah,
Christina O'Donnell.
Yeah,
chasing crime. She was in the chat encouraging Salty to keep going after barbecue.
Yeah. Well, that's what unfortunately subs do. They get people to fucking start shit with each other and like send clips and stuff like that. It does happen. So
she's one of the ones that filled out an affidavit in here. She's one of the ones that's in the lawsuit.
Yeah. But anyway, you want to try to get back to the document? I have like 15 minutes.
Yeah, let's.
I'm gonna drop down, Queen.
All right. We'll see you, baby.
Right.
Thanks for
See you
coming out.
later. All right, bye.
On a side note, we'll see what the document we're up to now. Okay. We already did 39. You can jump down to the criminal stuff, the corrupt organization. We already read the corrupt organization. It's a criminal statute. Who gives a fuck about it? Okay, here. Participating in the conduct of such enterprises affairs through the pattern of racketeering activity. 41. An enterprise is defined as any individual partnership, corporation, association, or legal entity, any union or group or individuals associated, in fact, although not legal entities. Then it states that. Then it says 42. A pattern of racketeering activity requires at least 2 acts of racketeering activity, one of which occurred after the effective date of this section, and the last of which occurred within 10 years after the prior act of racketeering activity. 43. Racketeering activity includes, but not limited to, acts of theft, fraud, and any offense indictable under several specific provisions of Pennsylvania Crime Code, including, scroll down. Let me see. Offenses involving fraud and threats. Then that basically defeats their entire case. But okay, thank you for giving us that. Plaintiffs asserts the defendants, including Fisher and Turner, have formed an enterprise by associating together for a common purpose of defaming, harassing, causing harm to plaintiff. That's not a RICO. 45. Defendants have engaged in pattern of racketeering activity by committing multiple predicate acts, including, scroll down, defamation, making false and defamatory statements about the plaintiff in the public forum and social media platforms. See Exhibit 4, 15, 17, 20. Harassment, cyber stalking, engaging in course of conduct directed at plaintiffs that alarms and noise or causes substantial emotional distress serving legitimate purposes. See Exhibit 2, 4, 15. Interference with business relations, intentional interfering with plaintiffs' contractual business relationships by spreading false information, encouraging others to refrain from doing business with the plaintiff. That's not a RICO. What is this, like Al Capone? Like he defamed the fucking. That's why they got him. He defamed those people. It's going to jail. These predicate acts are related to that they share the common purpose of harming plaintiffs and continuous demonstrating a threat of ongoing unlawful activity. It's not unlawful. It's not against the law, by the way. 47. Defendants' actions have directly caused harm to plaintiff's business interests, reputation, and emotional well-being. Well, now we got the reason why they did this, because they needed the money. Detailed application of Pennsylvania Corrupt Organization Act. 48. Well, in my opinion, they just said that was the interference with their business opportunities. That's one of their claims.
I thought you were just saying that.
Yeah, they said that too in his things. Like,
yeah, that's their stating.
They're pleading. Okay. I thought you were just saying that, like as a comment.
Yeah. Now they stated their reason. The reason is it was interfering with their business relationships. That's the main reason. The cyber stalking, all that stuff, in my opinion, is bullshit. Defamatory stuff is just commentary. And this is not what you put in a RICO. This is what if you had a civil matter, these people would have to individually do a lawsuit against the people that they claim that did these things in a civil lawsuit. And it would not be in Pennsylvania. 48, defendants Fisher Turner, the plaintiff, along with the others, have formed as an associate and affected enterprise. This enterprise is demonstrated by their coordinated actions, communications, and mutual efforts to harm plaintiff. Yeah, good luck proving that. Pattern of racketeering activity. After this live, you'll see no fucking coordination with anyone. 49. The predicate acts are related as they have similar purpose to harm plaintiffs' results, damaging to plaintiffs' reputation and business. Participants, defendants, victims, plaintiffs, and methods of commission, use of online platform and social media. Scroll down 50. Predicate acts have occurred over the period of beginning, at least on September 16, 2024, and to continue to present, indicating both closed-ended and open-ended continuing to. I can't fucking. For predicate acts examples. 51. On October 18, 2024, Fisher made public statements accusing plaintiff of fraudulent activities and undermining the legitimacy of their lawsuit. Well, that's an opinion, sir. You can scroll down. Continuity. I didn't say the word. Continuity. Open-ended continuity. You can scroll down. Yeah, so far every state, their concept of racketeering is thoughts of cyber stalking, defamatory statements, and interfering with the business. That is not racketeering. They kind of don't understand the concept of racketeering. Racketeering is not that. Racketeering, let's just say racketeering. Let's see racketeering. What is it? Kind of illegal activities carried out by general profit, often through intimidation and deceit. It's not a specific crime, but rather a way to prosecute variety. So let me see an example. Let me see an example of it. Protection racket, fencing racket, numbers racket, money laundering, organized retail crime, fraud and embezzlement, confidence tricks, cyber extortion, credit card fraud and identity theft. I don't see any of those things. Also, another thing, extortion, drug trafficking, embezzlement, counterfeiting, kidnapping, laundering, gambling, bribery, arson. I don't see that any of those in examples. None of those exist. Next one, October 9th, 52. On October 19th, 2024, official disseminated false allegations about plaintiff Seth Rogers, accusing him of serious crimes without evidence. See Exhibit 6. 53, defendants have coordinated fundraising efforts under the false pretense soliciting funds while making defamatory statements about plaintiff. Impact. Plaintiffs. 54, plaintiffs have suffered economic harm due to interference with business relationships and loss of professional opportunities. 55, plaintiffs have experienced significant emotional distress as a result of the defendant's ongoing harassment and defamation. 56, the defendant's racketeering activities have directly caused injury to plaintiffs' businesses and property satisfying the requirements under the Act. What property? They have no property. 57, the combined coordinated actions of defendants and new parties demonstrate conduct consistent with the pattern, including defamation through public unsubstantiated and damaging accusations, see 23 through 25, 29 through 30, 34, CIPRA. Harassment marked by persistent negative commentary and public ridicule, see 10, 17, 24, 28 through 35 through 37, CIPRA. And interference with economic relations by discouraging support for plaintiffs, see 30, 35, 41, CIPRA, clearly aligning with the multiple predicate offenses necessary to establish a pattern of racketeering activity under the Act. You scroll up to 58. Defendants. 58. Defendants and new parties, including Stephen Fisher and Queen Bee, have engaged in concerted effort to defame, harass, or harm plaintiffs' business and personal reputation through coordinated online activities. See 21 through 43, Supra. 59. The predicate acts include multiple instances of defamation, harassment, interference with economic relationships, as documented in Exhibit 1 through 21, and other references materials. See 23 through 25, 23 through 25, 27 through 30, and 34 through 41, Supra. You scroll down. Scroll down. Exhibit A. Exhibit and evidence. 60. The actions of Stephen Fisher and Queen Bee, as demonstrated in Exhibit 1 through 21, constitute defamation and harassment against the plaintiff, as their public statements include false and damaging assertion by the plaintiff, professional conduct, reputation, and personal character. See 21 through 43. I didn't see anything they talked about Queen doing any defamation or anything. I just saw them list a bunch of lies. 61. Defendants have engaged in a conspiracy to harm plaintiff by coordinating their actions and statements, amplifying defamatory content, harassing plaintiff, evidenced by their interactions and coordinated activity. See 10, 17, 24, 28, 20, 34, CIPRAS. 62. Defendants' actions violate the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organization Act. 18. Scroll down. PA-CSA 911, as they have engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity through multiple predicate acts, including defamation, harassment, interference with contractual relations, with the intent to harm plaintiff's business and personal interests. C 23 through 25, 27 through 30, 35 through 41, Supra. 63. Defendants have intentionally interfered with the plaintiff's economic relations by making defamatory statements that could dissuade third parties from associating or conducting business with plaintiffs. C 30 to 35, 41, Supra. 64. The defendant's conduct constitutes intentional infliction of emotional distress, as the actions are extreme and outrageous, resulting in severe emotional distress of plaintiff. Scroll down. Scroll down. 66. Plaintiff intends to provide updated sworn declarations detailing recent actions of defendant in supporting the new allegations. Yeah, sure you are. 67. Additional plaintiffs are in the process of securing additional local counsel to assist the undesigned in the litigation. Okay, good luck with that. Scroll down. Impact to plaintiffs. 68. Plaintiffs have suffered significant harm in their reputation, business interests, and emotional well-being due to defendant's actions. See 6 through 20, 23 through 43, Supra. 69. The actions of Stephen Fisher and Queen Bee, has demonstrated in Exhibit 1 through 21, constitute defamation, harassment against the plaintiff through false and harmful assertion against their professional conduct, reputation, and personal character. 70. Defendants' coordinated online attacks caused loss of business opportunities, interference with contractual relations, and significant emotional distress. 24, 28 through 30, 35, 40 through 41, Supra, deterring third party from associate or doing business with plaintiff and intentionally interfering with plaintiff's economic relations. You better have proof of that. 71, defense actions have also undermined plaintiff's efforts to investigate and resolve the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers, causing further harm, 10, 17, 34, supra, amounting to the intentional infliction of emotional distress as extreme and outrageous nature of their actions has caused severe emotional distress in plaintiffs. Impact litigation. Scroll down. Queen B, it's easy. 72, proposed amendments may affect the case timeline and discovery process by necessitating additional discovery related to new defendants and allegations. However, addressing all related claims and parties in a single action promotes judicial efficiency and prevents inconsistent judgments. C, 14 through 20, 44 through 48 supra. 73, including Steve Fisher, Queen B as defendants, it solidifies their status in litigant, enabling a comprehensive resolution of all issues and preventing further harm to plaintiff. 14 through 20, 46 through 49. 74, defendants' coordinated actions aimed to amplifying defamatory content and harassing plaintiffs demonstrates a pattern of racketeering activity through multiple predicate acts, violating the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organization Act. Legal standard. 75, Pennsylvania Rules Civil Procedure 1033 permits a party to amend a pleading either by filed consent of adverse party or by leave of court. The rule provides a party either by filed consent of adverse party or leave of court may at any time change the form of action and add a person as a party, correct the name of the party, or otherwise amend pleading. That doesn't go for Queen B at all. 76, amendment should be liberally allowed to secure a termination of case on their merits whenever possible. See Connor versus Allegheny General Hospital. I can't. Sorry about that. Allegheny. Thank you. Absent an error of law or resulting in prejudice to an adverse party, the court should grant leave to amend. 77, in determining whether a grant leave to amend, courts consider factors such as undue delay, bad faith, dilatory motive, repeated failure to cure deficiencies, undue prejudice to the opposing party, and futility of amendment. You can scroll down. Utility. 78. The proposed amendment to include Steve Fisher and Queen B as defendants satisfy these legal standards and are warranted given by the newly arisen factual allegation of ongoing harm caused by plaintiff. 79. There has been no undue delay or bad faith in seeking these amendments. The plaintiffs have diligently pursued this action, evidently by the documentation inclusion of exhibits supports the claim against defendants. Scroll down. 80. The need to include Steve Fisher and Queen B arose only after their active incitement and participation in conduct detrimental to plaintiff's business and reputation as well become apparent. 81, granting leave to amend will not result in undue prejudice to the defendant. 82, instead, it will promote fairness by allowing all related parties and claims to address within the same action, aligning the goal of resolving the case in their merits. Scroll down. Argument. The proposed amendments are necessary to address new facets and parties. 83, the inclusion of Stephen Fisher and Queen B defendants is essential to fully adjudicate plaintiff's claim. 84, their active participants in the alleged wrongful conduct has caused additional harm to plaintiff and their actions are directly related to the original claim. Scroll down. Original claims. 85, the intertwined claim of defamation, harassment, violation of Pennsylvania Corrupt Organization Act, conspiracy, and other relevant laws are supported by factual allegations, exhibits, and presented. Defendants have engaged in a pattern of conduct that constitutes racketeering activities under the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organization Act involving the multiple predicate acts demonstrated in Exhibit 1 through 21. You can scroll down. I gotta go though, by the way. Gotta skedaddle.
All right, I'm here.
Bye, B Tim.
I tried. I got to go.
All right, you got through. You got through most of all of it. Shit.
Yeah.
There's just a little bit left, and then it's all the exhibits. So
yeah,
you did really good.
All right, I'll see you guys. Bye.
All right, we'll see you later, man.
Bye, B Tim.
So it says defendants have engaged in a pattern of conduct that constitutes racketeering under the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organizations. Did he already read that one, right? Where was we at? I just scrolled down too far. Okay, the need to include Fisher and Queen B and defendants arose only after their active incitement and participation in conduct, okay, detrimental to plaintiff's business, reputation, well-being. 81, granting to leave to amend will not result in undue prejudice to the defendants. 82, instead of it will promote fairness by allowing all related parties and claims to be addressed within the same action, aligning the goal of resolving the cases and the merits. The argument, let's see, the proposed amendment, the inclusion of Stephen SF investigates and Queen B, the defendants, is essential to fully adjudicate plaintiff's claims. Their active participation in the alleged wrongful conduct has caused an additional harm to the plaintiffs and their actions that are directly related to the original claims. 85, the intertwined claims of the defamation, harassment, violation of Pennsylvania Corrupt Organization Act, conspiracy, and other relevant laws are supported by the factual allegations and exhibits. 86, defendants have engaged in a pattern of conduct that constitutes racketeering activity under the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organization Act involving multiple predicate acts as demonstrated in Exhibits 1 through 21. The coordinated efforts among defendants to defame, harass, and harm plaintiffs' reputations and business interests necessitate the inclusion of additional claims and parties to ensure comprehensive relief. Okay, B says relatedness and continuity predicate acts. The pattern of 88 is the pattern of activity outlined in this case demonstrates both continuity and relatedness and essential elements for establishing a RICO claim under the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organizations Act. 89, Pennsylvania courts frequently reference federal RICO jurisprudence in, I'm sure I just said that wrong. I was
Jurisprudence.
Butchered it to interpret those requirements. What, baby? Sorry.
It's jurisprudence.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You want to take it? My voice is cutting out. You want to take a turn, baby?
Jurisprudence to interpret these requirements. The relatedness criterion relates that predicate acts have similar purposes, results, participants, victims, or methods of commission, indicating they are not isolated events but interconnected actions. This standard is supported by the U.S. Supreme Court's interpretation in H.J. v. Northwestern Bell, which has been influential in Pennsylvania rulings. The defendant's actions in this case, as detailed in 6 through 20 and 42 Supra, illustrate this relatedness. The conduct shares a common purpose, to harm plaintiffs, and involves similar methods, repeated actors, and targets. This satisfies the relatedness component necessary for PCOA. And scroll down. Claim. Continuity, as defined by Pennsylvania and the federal precedent, can be established either through a closed-ended period of repeated conduct or an open-ended period that poses a future threat of repetition. The U.S. Supreme Court in H.J. Incorporated explained that a series of related predicates extending over a substantial period or conduct projecting into the future with a threat of repetition fulfills the continuity requirement. Scroll down.
Yeah, that's her reading. They were asking if that's you. Said your voice sounds familiar.
The actions of the defendants, as described in paragraphs 6 through 20, 21 through 43, Supra, and observed since the filing of the original complaint, demonstrate continuity. The defendants' targeted and repeated conduct over an extended period illustrates closed-ended continuity, while the persistent and escalating nature of their actions suggest an open-ended continuity that threatens future harm. These combined elements establish that the defendant's conduct amounts to a pattern of racketeering activity under Pennsylvania law, as it meets the standard of relatedness and continuity. Courts, including the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, have emphasized that a pattern must show related predicate acts that are ongoing or pose a risk of future repetition, aligning with the principles outlined in this instant matter. Plaintiffs have acted promptly in seeking this amendment upon discovering the involvement of new defendants and the escalation of wrongful conduct. The amendment is sought in good faith to address the ongoing harm and to include all responsible parties in the litigation. The amendment will not cause undue prejudice to the existing defendants, as the case is in its early stages and the discovery has not yet been completed. Defendants will have ample opportunity to respond to the amended complaint, including the new defendants promotes judicial efficiency by consolidating related claims and parties into a single action, avoiding duplicative litigation. Under Pennsylvania law, the new allegations are sufficient to state claims upon which relief can be granted, including defamation, harassment, violations of the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organizations Act, conspiracy, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. The detailed factual allegations against SF and QB, supported by Exhibits 1 through 21, substantiate the claims and demonstrate a pattern of wrongful conduct. SF's appearance of the court's jurisdiction by filing a motion eliminates any concerns related to personal jurisdiction. Therefore, the proposed amendment has merit and is necessary to achieve justice and prevent future harm to or further harm to plaintiffs. For the foregoing reasons, plaintiffs respectfully request this honorable court grant leave to file the attached complaint, adding SF and QB as defendants and incorporating new factual allegations and causes of actions. The amendments are necessary for a comprehensive resolution of related claims, preventing further harm to plaintiffs, and aligning with the Pennsylvania Rules of Civil Procedure. Yada, yada, yada.
And here we go with the exhibits. So it's SF here, repost. I tried to edit the grammar and error, deleted the post. I've read the complaint seeking adjudicate. You know what? He just made a new post, didn't he? Didn't he just make a new post?
I think he did. Let me go check.
I was gonna say I'm gonna have to go. Yeah, because I thought B10 was reading it, but these are pretty much their exhibits. Is this? Thank you. Is there a way to reach you? I'd love to speak. That is not her asking for legal advice. That's just saying, can we speak?
I mean,
come on.
It's their first exhibits were laughable. I mean, they were like news articles. And then these are laughable too. I mean, this is just saying, hey, can I speak to you? I mean, that could be for a plethora of reasons. I mean,
right.
You know,
and in him explaining it isn't him trying to be a lawyer. It's him understanding what's going on and just trying to talk to her as,
Well, I mean, there could be a multitude of reasons. It could be for the fact that he's been searching in Tennessee.
Right.
It could be the fact that he's, involved in the case. It could be for, I mean, there's nothing to allude to what they're talking about. They could be talking about, future searches that he's planning on doing. It doesn't mean that he's, they're reaching out to contact or, I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
SF just has the one from about Mr. E's Crimecast.
Okay, cool.
Well,
let's okay, from the breaking news last night. And yes, that is my dog snoring. You're gonna hear it. She's gonna stay snoring. She's an English bulldog and she snores all the time. So shit, she's gonna saw logs over here, whether I'm talking or not, whether we're reading or not. It doesn't matter. Listen, you can hear it right now. She breathes so heavy. It cracks me up.
She's a Frenchie, ain't she?
I got a Frenchie and an English.
Yeah, so they both, they
they
don't even have to be sleeping.
Yeah.
They don't even have to be sleeping to sound like they're snoring.
I know.
I know my dad's Frenchie is like
right
all the time.
Yeah, it's I mean, we got Duke, but he doesn't snore as loud as the girls. The girls snore really loud. Exhibit 9. Let's see. All these are SFs. Let's see here. Damn, they just took all his tweets and put all his fucking tweets in here.
Yeah.
Get out.
Marching band. That was hilarious. Oh my god.
Oh my god, that was so funny.
When they ran with that, I was like, I sent him a message and was like, you're not gonna believe that. what's going on. And
Let's end Sunday night with some serious stupidity. This morning I was talking to Crabtree on his show, and someone commented how they have an RSVP for this news conference they're holding about the lawsuit on the steps of the court, on the front steps of the courthouse. I said that's a public place. They can't rope off an area for RSVPs. And then I said I could send a marching band there if I wanted. That's not a bad idea. And we laughed. Now Brittany J is going on and on and on about how I plan on sabotaging the press conference with a marching band. Let's be honest, no legitimate reporters are showing up at that press conference, and I respect marching bands way too much to put them in the company of Dog, Nick, Tony, Seth, and the sleazy lawyers they have filing these amateur pleadings.
Man, I'm no legal expert or anything or even close, but this all just seems so ridiculous to me.
Well, I mean, they had on the local news that Brandeis, like, she's an actress, like a that,
right?
But, I mean,
yeah. We talked about that on here. I'm like, how many? Okay, so we have Julia. She's, in my opinion, a failed actress. Silvers or Slithers, whatever, however you want to say it.
Silvers and his shovel.
Yep. Failed, in my opinion, failed actor. Now we have Brandeis or whatever. She's, I don't know what she's does, whatever she does. I don't know, it's acting of some sorts. Dog the Bounty Hunter, and we know he's,
reality.
Oh, but
reality too.
I think because they keep talking about in spring they're gonna add somebody, like in spring we'll find them. In spring we're gonna add more people, and I'm thinking like someone brought up, I think that's when his book tour ends, allegedly.
In the spring?
Yeah.
What the hell? Now, see, I thought he was on some, I don't even know what the hell it is, actually. Some, not a retreat. What was he? He was going somewhere for 2 or 3 days. And
Gunnersville. He was going to Gunnersville for Dog the Bounty Hunter Fest.
Yeah. Okay, I was saying there was people going and meeting him there or whatever.
For $175, which a portion of was going to go to Sebastian. Allegedly, he said. Can you imagine being like a news reporter that actually maybe if like you were the one news reporter that RSVP'd and then getting a call from like TikTok Tony that the press band or the marching press conference has been canceled due to threats of a marching band appearance? Like,
I know, right?
I mean, I just cannot even imagine. Like, what do you mean a marching band appearance? I don't know, but marching band practice is still on for those that are interested. You can claim your instrument in the comments. I don't know. It's just all insane.
It's just all so ridiculous. And I don't even know if, I don't know. I just don't understand how they can, all this racketeering and stuff. I mean, none of this has anything to do with racketeering or RICO. It's just, SF was saying something about that sometimes lawyers will allow people to write up things and they'll just sign it. They won't even, I can't even imagine putting my name on something like that if that's the case.
Well, you're putting your law license on it too.
And I was going to say, and my law license too. I mean, I just can't even believe it. Why would you do something like that? If that's the case, I don't know if that is the case, but why would you? I mean, this is just so ridiculous that I just can't even believe a lawyer would be doing this. In my opinion, I'm like I said, I'm not a legal expert. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but
maybe that's why Pastor's no longer on it.
Yeah, right.
So, I mean, I
Right.
you work too hard, you get like, you work too hard to go to law school, you work too hard to get any type of degree or whatever, and then to just
Exactly.
put on something this bogus, like where it's clearly going nowhere, and makes these outlandish allegations. I mean, like, if they want intentional infliction of emotional distress is something that you claim in a civil suit, not this quote unquote federal thing that was filed in state court. But and to win in an intentional infliction of emotional distress, you have to prove like elements of law that are, it's one of the hardest claims to win in civil court.
Yeah.
And I hope
Oh,
that
most
all of the
definitely.
defendants are ready to, if it does go anywhere, which I don't believe it will, but if so, I don't think that these defendants know that their mental health records are going to be completely opened up.
Right. I was just going to say that. I mean, have these people gone to therapists and everything else for this emotional distress? And I mean,
got on their medications and what medications they're going to be on, all going to be asked about the, if I'm an attorney, I'm going to be deposing the heck out of you. Like, what medications are you on now? What medications were you on before? Why did what dose did you have to increase your dosage? Like, how much are we paying for therapy each month? Because you have to, arrive at damages and
right. And
so,
all that goes into that. Yeah.
I mean, like when I have litigated a intentional infliction, an IID claim as they're called, and I had to get up on the stand and talk about all that. So buckle up.
Did you see this? SF Investigates says Brittany J is the type of panhandler that doesn't just hold a sign up, but comes and knocks on your window at the stoplight.
Yes, I did see that. If she's not asleep, but
well, I never paid any attention to Brittany J until just recently. But it seems like every stream she's asking for something or having a problem with something that she needs money for. I mean, just about every stream. And it's like, God, can somebody actually have this many problems? I understand, things come in threes or whatever, groups or whatever when you have problems, but it seems like almost every day she's got something else.
Every day.
Yeah. It's like, girl, you need to change something in your life or something.
Look, whoever Myrtle show is, says she is that energy, and whoever this is says we'll do nothing for money.
I love SF Investigates. He's so
I know.
funny.
Brittany J is afraid to open her chat. It's only open to those that donate to her begging. Give me money or go.
To see what SF posts every day is the only reason why I open up Twitter every day.
He goes hard as fuck.
He's the only reason I still have a Twitter. Like,
right. Yeah. I don't usually read anything else on Twitter unless somebody tags me in something, and it's in my notifications. But yeah, I specifically open it up just to see what he's saying.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that they're like saying, well, Betty the other day, I think, said this isn't about Sebastian, but then, which is ironic because the whole thing is that they're interfering with Sebastian, but then also interfering with business opportunities.
Right.
Allegedly, and SF is actually out there searching, legitimately searching, not just claiming or not just doing photo ops for news cameras, but actually out there, been there, boots on the ground, grid searching with myself, other people, in the community, and you know, we like log and I mean, like, it's all very professional in how it's done. We all have like our own GPS, you know, we all have usually cameras on, you know, that are wearing GoPros or whatever. We all have GPS things that follow us so that we can see where we've been and what we've mapped out. Each person has their own call. I mean, it's very like coordinated.
Yeah, the way it should be.
And you know, it's not like he's doing this for show.
No.
Like some other people may be claiming
Right.
this for show. And you know, there's a lot more too that, you know, people want to like go for Chris and Katie and what they're doing or not doing, but there's a lot that it's behind the scenes that people don't know about that is being done and that they're participating in to try to get answers to find Sebastian.
Right. Well, when we talked to them up here, she was talking about how she's doing behind the scenes stuff, trying to get his name out nationally and blah 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 blah, and trying to get it, you know, and then all of a sudden, boom! Now you heard Seth and them saying, "Oh well, we're working on getting him in truck stops and working on getting him here and getting him here," and it's like, and billboards and blah blah blah, and it's like, oh, now all of a sudden you guys are doing that now that you heard Katie say that that's what she's doing, you know. And a thing about SF Investigates. Now, I followed him long before the Sebastian Rogers case, and I enjoy looking at his posts. That's what I say. It's not just this snarky stuff that he does is the reason why I open up Twitter every day. I enjoy reading his posts about his searches and what he does. He's got a lot of useful information. And in the beginning of the Sebastian Rogers case, before he was even involved in anything at all, he was posting things like in the beginning, he posted a map. I remember specifically him posting a map saying, these are the people that own these properties. You can go and talk to these people. And he was giving out that information. I mean, he was always posting little information saying, I'm not in this, I'm not hired for this, and I'm not trying to step on any toes, but this might be useful information for people who are searching for Sebastian. I mean, he's been doing that right from the start.
Right.
And not trying to step on any toes, but just to try to help people out, you know. This might be useful information, you know, and then he would put different programs up there that you could use to help, you know, and he would say, you know, this is a good program to use for searching so that it tracks where you're going. And it does it. I mean, he was doing that all the way from the beginning.
Yeah.
Before any of this nonsense happened and he got involved in all that, you know. I mean, the guy truly just wants to help and give out good information. And he's always done that. I mean, like I said, I followed him for a few years now, a couple of years. And yeah, he's always got some good information he's posting, you know?
Yeah. I mean, there's a big difference too between being a licensed PI and, you know, the head of intelligence at high risk high risk intelligence that has their degree, I think, in like PR or something. I don't know. It's ridiculous. It's not related to anything. She has a degree in something and a master's in something, but it's not, you know, anything related to that'd be relevant to you know, finding a missing child. It's more related to public relations from what.
And all these people are trying to call him a crackpot all the time. And it's like, he has licenses and awards and certificates and stuff like that back up what he's saying. So, you know, where's the disconnect here? How are you not understanding that he's legitimate? You know, he's not just a PI. He's got all this training for different things, for SAR. I mean, he was a pilot. He was, you know, in the military. He was in all that stuff, you know. And it's like, how are you guys arguing with his credentials when he's done all this stuff, you know? I just don't understand it, you know. And you know, is he always right? Do I always agree with everything SF Investigates says? No, I do not. You know, I don't think, you know, I don't look at his posts like the word of God, you know, or anything, but he does have a lot of useful information. And yeah, 9 times out of 10, I usually agree with what he's saying. But yeah, I just don't understand why people think that he's just this farce, you know. I mean, he just proves it every time. When they say something negative against him, he proves it every time that, you know, that they're wrong. Like, give it up, you know. When are you gonna
Right.
give it up and quit looking like an idiot? But that's the problem with, you know, like Bats and all them. They all think that they are so smart and they don't know anything. And yeah, that's the problem. They think they know everything, you know.
Right. It's one of those things where I think it's jealousy, honestly, because you know,
Right.
if you can do it better, then go out and get your PI license and become one.
Exactly.
If you think he can't, you know, if you think you can do it better, go get the training necessary. Go to SARS team meetings. Like there's been times where I've been talking to him. He's like, I've got to go. I've got a SAR team meeting.
Yeah.
I mean, like this is stuff that he's like actively, you know, it's not just like a one and done, and you know don't have
Right.
active like training and active things that you work to continue your licensing. So,
Right.
you know, if you have something to say about the way he's searching too, put your snake boots on and go out and do it.
Right. And he's a wealth of information, and he's willing to help you. I mean, look at Stephen Crabtree. Stephen Crabtree, he's like, I don't know any of this stuff, but he went out there and look at how much SF Investigates tried to help him and tried to show him and Clue and Cletus and all that. And he showed them a bunch of stuff and tried to teach them different things, you know. I mean, and I'm sure if like Betty and all them weren't such asshats, you know, he probably would have worked with them too and tried to help them and taught them something so that in the future they can go out and try to do some of this stuff that they want to do, you know?
Right. And then they would, I mean, they wouldn't be searching 27.27 miles in the wrong direction from Memphis with a.
Right. He's a nice guy. Anytime I message him, he's always got an answer for me or whatever. He's always very nice, never a jerk, you know? And yeah, I mean, I'm it's but I don't go out here and say he's a farce and he's a fraud and everything else, you know?
Yeah. It's just I don't know. Let's see. I'm just looking to see, because I know that was a big thing about the signatures and stuff. But yeah, like even he pointed out they didn't even spell his name right. Like,
right.
so.
Yeah, that was when she was trying to say that he didn't have a license and she misspelled his name.
Well, no, in the filings, it's not.
Oh, in the
spelled
filing
right.
they didn't. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah. And I think his address is wrong too, but you know.
Yeah, I was gonna say that he said they were gonna have to redo it again.
But that's, I mean, that's what you get when you hire a $500,000 retainer. Like that's what you get when you hire a company that has a $500,000 retainer. So what can you expect? It's, you know, not like you're putting a lot of money down if you want to hire these people. So.
All right, I'm gonna play where I think that Granny and let me see here, Jay read over the barbecue's lawyer's response. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
that
about
was
to play
great.
that real quick. Yeah, they did really good. They did good. They did a good job reading over it. I thought she was fair about it. You know what I mean? Like, She let somebody come up there. I don't know who it was, but they got it.
Oh.
They were pissed.
Yeah, they were in they're in the chat right now, I think, or they were in the chat earlier.
Okay, as I said.
Yeah.
I can't believe that fucking. I don't know. I'm glad Jay went over it. Mm-mm-mm.
And SF is coming back to Tennessee, and there will be more done. But
oh yeah, for sure.
And while he's in, going out, while he still has information that he's like reviewing and stuff, even when he's not in Tennessee.
Pearl Strand. Hold on. She said, I can top this. My husband filed for divorce and got my name wrong. Are you fucking serious? What a fucking ass. After 20 years of marriage. What the fuck? Man. Oh, petty AF. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, I think her and Barbecue don't really get along, do they?
Yeah, that's who they let up there. It was under a different screen name. Yeah, they don't get along. I don't know why or.
Yeah, I mean, it happens, it happens. You see it happens.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
You're not going to be everyone's cup of tea, but.
Shit. Look at this Cindy Lou.
Seth, why am I blocked? You know why? Because he's a bitch and he blocks people. Immature. These people are like 12 years old. They act like they're 12.
Go through this.
Why? You're a sleuth cooter.
It's fictitious reply.
All right, here we go.
Maybe we need to play. Picks up.
That I heard. Let's eat. Reply. Denied. If the reasonable invest. Oh, is she literally?
Is
words.
Yeah, you.
This day.
Oh yeah.
All right, here we go.
But so it says.
Here we go.
Reply to petition for preliminary injunction.
Here we go. So this is Barbecue's lawyer's response. I think that's what the first one they read. Oh, did you? I didn't see him. Let me go back in here and look real quick. You get blocked off in Muffin Mouse.
In a final injunction.
I'll play this till I grab him real quick.
And other equitable relief. And now comes the defendant, Stephanie Barbecue, and her undersigned counsel, and gives her counsel's name and all that. And the reply, denied. If a reasonable investigation, defendant is without knowledge or information sufficient to form a belief as to the truth of the affirmation and strict proof thereof is demanded at time of trial. By way of further response, the affirmation is denied and strict proof thereof is demanded. Denied. If the reasonable investigation, defendant is without knowledge or information sufficient to form a belief as to the truth of the affirmation and strict is pretty much the same thing. Then we go down and it's just straight out deny.
So every point that they made, she denied it, and then it's listed.
Yeah, so it looks like it's like repetitive. So we'll just go through the,
No, the judge didn't deny it. This is Barbecue's response via her lawyer responding to the initial complaint, right?
Yes, this is the lawyer's response. Thank you, Racketeering. This is just the lawyer's
A
response.
judge hasn't even looked at this shit yet, right?
No, they haven't even
Right.
seen it.
Okay.
So it says, denied. Defendant incorporates herein by reference to affirmance of the defendant's preliminary objections. Denied. Such an injunction is legally impermissible as follows. Jay, are you able to drop another link?
Yeah, in the chat.
Yeah.
Show can.
Defendant's free speech rights under Article 1, Section 7 of the Pennsylvania Constitution and First Amendments of the Constitution of the United States. 2, there is no irreparable harm to plaintiffs. 3, the relief requested is impermissible and not related to any legitimate causes of action. Which means like there's no action that was conducted that would lead to needing such a relief. Like if you don't
Right,
like
like
what
there's
you're
no
hearing,
basis to any of it.
right, you turn the volume off, you don't listen. The
What's up,
plaintiff
Barbecue? You're up here.
sorry.
Hey,
Hey, what's
good.
up?
It's a good day in Delaware County. That's all I got to say.
I'm
And,
really excited to hear this. Good job on this complaint or on the response.
Well, I know people were like, why is she over Mr. E's? I just, sometimes I like to poke the bear a little bit, and for people that wanted to be over there and calling me all kinds of names in their chat all this time. And I just thought, I can't wait for you to read this. I've already read and signed it. But they're going to have lots more to read because my attorney's filing a whole bunch of other stuff right now.
Word travels fast on these streets, doesn't it?
Yeah. But, listen, I'm filing a countersuit. I don't even give a fuck. I don't. Like, the amount of shit that Granny has gone through, the community, the true crime, everybody, literally everybody. I think that this will be monumental.
Honestly, you doing this response, you're doing this not just for yourself, but for anybody. I mean, this could be anybody. And I think that does need to be recognized because,
But yeah, you let these motherfuckers tell it. And it can't be anybody else. Like, what the fuck? This has already been filed, you're saying, Barbecue? Is that what you're saying? It's already on the docket now? Oh, it was filed? Okay. It just wasn't publicly available yet. Gotcha. And Granny, I emailed you back.
this could be any of us sitting in your seats.
With my fake GoFundMe page that I allegedly stole the money from. Yeah. This is one of Trump's attorneys too. Just so everybody knows that this attorney is one of the most savage attorneys in Pennsylvania.
That would be Attorney King. He's a boss, like an actual boss. Like Trump never yelled at his TV. He never yelled at his TV in disappointment at this attorney. Let me tell you, he's like a badass, pretty good, damn well respected.
Well, yeah, because you should get your freaking attorney fees back for all this bullshit.
Yeah, I think. Wait, if we keep reading, I can show you guys. Well, actually, it's clause number 7. This action is in violation of Pennsylvania's recently passed anti-SLAPP statute. Is fictitious obdurate. I don't even know what that means, and without any legal basis. So with anti-SLAPP, yeah, I'm no attorney. With anti-SLAPP,
I read it too. It was like, I don't even know what this word. I don't even know how to
Hey, that's what you pay them the big bucks for.
Exactly. But with this,
hey, Cheesy, what's up?
No, I had dropped down. I just didn't want you to say I think I was just being rude.
No, you're okay. I figured you either got a call or something. You know how it goes. I know how it goes.
Okay.
This, with anti-SLAPP, you do get, but you can get up to, I believe it was, my attorney says it was trace 3. You can get 3 times your attorney fees, 3 times everything. So obdurate means stubborn, refusing to change one's opinion or course of action. So it's stubborn.
Could you just do me one favor? Because I'm not going to stay here the whole time you read this, but I would like you to go to the very, very end of the entire filing. Very end. And I just want to point one thing out.
Is it where like our names are?
I mean,
like
it's already out there. Wait, go it. Maybe a little bit further. Maybe a little bit up. I don't know.
Right here it says, whereof, showing the above, the defendant demands counsel fees and calls from plaintiffs and demands dismissal of this wrongful and fictitious. That's a big word for me.
It might be a little
wrong, but that's okay.
It might be a little higher up there, or maybe.
Is it yours? Where you sign your name?
No.
All right.
Is it wait, down a little bit? Hold on.
Girl, where the fuck you got me going?
You're going really fast.
All right.
There's one little spot in here that says dismiss with prejudice. And that right there is the whole thing. Dismiss with prejudice.
No, I didn't get that far yet. Let me
So
see.
with prejudice means
that they can't refile.
Right. Without prejudice means it still can be an open thing.
Yeah, without prejudice means they can file it again. With prejudice means don't come back.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's all I wanted to point out. But anyway.
Was this filed today?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's 3 other filings being submitted right now.
Yeah, they're still on the way, apparently.
Body movement says page 18.
Page 18. There is no page 18.
Well, there's multiple filings, so you might have something different.
This is the only one I've gotten in my email so far.
Oh no, that's not even it.
Well,
That's
I know more are coming, but hold on, let me check my email again.
I don't think it's gonna come to your email, but let me
This
Body says oops.
That's okay. Listen, I called my attorney. It's anybody can read this online. It's public, so I mean, I just sent it to you, Granny.
Hell, these things were read before you guys even knew about them.
Huh?
Exactly. I said the first one was read before you guys even knew they existed.
Oh yeah, do you mean the actual filing? Yes.
Yeah, like the initial thing. The initial
They definitely
complaint.
they put that around the internet before.
Yeah,
giving
that
it to
Mr.
us.
E read it for 5.5 hours. They were so proud of themselves when they finally finished it.
Oh, okay, thank you. Barbecue. Is this something you want on the screen or no?
Yeah, I don't care.
Can you do me a huge favor then and send it to
I
me?
know you were gonna.
Yeah, because I don't know how to get it to the computer. Let me give you my actual email.
This is Barbecue's
Granny,
response.
I don't know your email.
I just gave it to you if you are able to.
Oh, okay.
Because that's what others were saying, sample user. She's being a smart ass.
There you go.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah, that was a facetious comment.
Yeah, I didn't want to use that big word and mess it up.
I don't have a fake GoFundMe. That. No.
Oh, this one's more juicy, girl.
Oh, that's the juiciest.
All right.
The juiciest of the juice.
The juiciest of the juice. All right, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Let's get juicy.
Good
All right.
for you for doing this.
So, and now comes the defendant true, same thing as last time, provides that party may file preliminary objections. So to be considered scandalous or, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, there's a couple, but most of these are repetitive. So you just skip out. You just read the top one. It's a bunch of repetitive.
That's how the last one was too.
Yeah.
That a party may file preliminary objections based upon the exclusion of scandalous or impertinent matter. To be considered scandalous or impertinent, Pennsylvania courts have held that the allegations must be immaterial and inappropriate to the proof of the cause of action, and that the preliminary objection should clearly state the specific allegation. Now, that's one thing I think we can all agree on. Reading their filing, you could not tell what the fuck they were trying to get to.
What did I actually do? Which part?
Right. It was all over the map. And it was and by the end, it never connected to RICO. If you made it that far in, didn't lose brain cells halfway through. But anyway, I digress. This is what it means. Preliminary objections should clearly state that the specific allegations in a claim are both immaterial to the issues at hand or included solely to cast derogatory light on the opposing party, thereby prejudicing.
Prejudicing.
Yeah, you got it. Thank you. Throughout the complaint, there are numerous instances of plaintiffs, including allegations that are immaterial and inappropriate to the proof of the cause of action, which means this filing was done and short to the fame.
Thanks, Lazy Wolf.
Specifically, there are numerous quotes attributed to the defendant that include various swear words and other language that serve nothing but to portray the defendant in a negative light. The complaint also alleges that the defendant ran a GoFundMe campaign that sought to deceive and dupe the public, thereby portraying her as a crook when that is plea was characterization of the reference campaign.
By the way, I just want to interject here and say my attorneys knew that I crowdfunded for my attorney fees, and he got paid. So obviously, the money went where it was supposed to go.
Right.
Go ahead. Sorry.
The defendant's method of funding her legal expenses is clearly.
Right. And so these filings right here are pretty much proof of receipts, because obviously the lawyer would not be filing this on her behalf and would not be working for her if she didn't pay him. Same goes for my attorney.
Immaterial, which means irrelevant to the issue, and this statement is included solely to cast a derogatory light on the defendant. The complaint also implies that she intentionally interfered in an investigation to prevent the return of a missing child, which is clearly inappropriate and scandalous. See complaint 17. Look at me.
Oh my God.
Due to the inclusion of scandalous and pertinent matter in violations of Rule 1028A2. Man, my attorney kept bringing that up too. All such paragraphs of plaintiff's complaint should be stricken and plaintiff's complaint be dismissed.
Hold on 1 second. I don't know who sample user is, but if you have something that I don't know of.
Is this sample user? Is this when? Hold on. I think that's when you guys.
You're sitting here saying I misappropriated a GoFundMe account funds. Prove it. Go ahead though.
Is that because Grady's got shut down? Do they think that you're not supposed to raise?
I don't know. I'm
funds
allowed to raise legal funds with GoFundMe because he's.
I'm just wondering if maybe that's
charge. Right. That's
right. Well, right. But hers got shut down. I'm just wondering if.
They probably just don't like barbecue, to be honest.
They don't like me.
It's petty AF. sample user is Petty AF.
I'm Petty AF. Bitch,
No,
you
that's
know
her
who-
name. That's her other screen name.
Oh, see, I'm not
Yeah.
seeing any of that. So it just says sample user, and I don't know who Petty AF is. But go
All
ahead.
right. Sorry. So defendant incorporates herein by reference as set forth at length of affirmance contained in paragraphs 1 through 5 above. And then all these numbers of plaintiff's complaints allege a cause of action of defamation. Complaint allege additional causes of action for which defendant also filed preliminary objections. An action for defamation may only be maintained if the plaintiff can prove the following elements. 1, the defamatory nature of the communication. 2, is publication by the defendant. 3, is application to the plaintiff. 4, the understanding by the recipient.
Hold on, Timmy's clip. She said, where's the snore? She's probably asleep. Who knows? Who cares? Fuck. Snoregate. Shit. The Snoregate 2024.
Recipient of his defamatory meaning. 5, the understanding by the recipient of his intended to be applied to the plaintiff. Special harm resulting to the plaintiff from his publication. And 7, abuse of conditionally privileged occasion. And then he quotes a civil case, because it's a civil filing. Plaintiffs failed to allege the elements of an action of defamation as to truth. Any comments before I go on?
No.
Plaintiffs make only the conclusory statement that defendant engaged in defamation, which clearly fails to meet the elements of the cause of action. Right? Like you can say it's defamatory, you have to prove it. Further, it is unclear which counts are raised against Trude. Thank you, that's what I said. As Trude is not named in the heading of the count, but is later stated as having joined forces with other defendants. That's, yeah, exactly. Separate us. Complaint should be dismissed as legally insufficient. Defendant incorporates herein by reference as set forth at length of the affirmance contained in paragraphs 1 through 12. The complaint alleged an action of intentional infliction of emotional distress at Pennsylvania common law. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court has held that an action of intentional infliction of emotional distress will not be maintained unless the plaintiff demonstrates, at a minimum, intentional, outrageous, or extreme conduct by the defendant, which causes severe emotional distress to the plaintiff. In addition, the plaintiff must suffer some type of resultant physical harm to the defendant's outrageous conduct. Again, it is unclear which counts are raised against Trude, as Trude is not named in the heading of each count, but in the paragraphs of the count is included with other defendants. So glad your attorney did this, because that's what I've been saying. There is no outrageous or extreme conduct alleged by the plaintiffs, and there was no physical harm to plaintiffs alleged, thereby failing to satisfy the elements of intentional infliction of emotional distress. Plaintiff's complaint fails to set forth a cause of action for intentional infliction of emotional distress, is therefore legally insufficient, should be dismissed. Pennsylvania federal criminal offense of cyber stalking and cyber harassment. That's going to be interesting. It is unclear as to whether plaintiffs are raising this count against Trude, as all defendants are referred interchangeably. Complaint refer only to criminal statutes, not allege a civil cause of action. Accordingly, said counts are legally insufficient and should be dismissed. What does demerer mean? Let's find out.
Hey, just real quick, I'm gonna Petty came up here. I'm gonna let her say what she needs to say before you.
Yeah, I'll
move
go ahead
forward.
and mute. I'll Google meaning.
Hey, Petty, you're up here, girl. What's up?
Hi, right. So you do know I am BBQ?
Oh, now I do.
Yeah. You know who I am. You're
I
the
don't know
fucking
you,
bitch
though.
that did this off for Sebastian, aren't you?
No, actually, I didn't. But I'm not here.
Yeah,
to
you
listen
did.
to
You put that
attack me.
fake you put that fake attorney fee. You left the 25 grand.
You guys already worked all this out. I don't want to replay it. I can fast forward through it if you guys already worked it out. I will fast forward through this part then. If you guys, has everybody already heard all this and stuff, or?
Yeah, you can fast forward through it. I mean, it's.
I was gonna say, I think it's pretty much okay.
Yeah.
Let me see here.
Especially if it's all worked out, no reason to rehash it, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say if they work stuff out or whatever, I don't want to keep it.
You and I apologize to Brandon.
A4.
Okay.
I just,
Sorry, I wanted to give her an
unproductive.
opportunity
I know.
to
Unproductive.
say her piece. All right.
So anyway, that word means like challenges the sufficiency and adequacy, which is what this is all saying. So Rule 1028 of A4. So it's basically saying complaint raised a criminal offense of conspiracy. So basically, like they don't meet any of this, is what it's saying. It's saying like where's your sufficiency to show that this is a criminal offense of conspiracy, criminal offense of civil conspiracy. It is unclear as to whether plaintiffs are raising this count against Trude, as all defendants are referred to throughout plaintiff's complaint interchangeably.
No, That was not cheesy. No. That was petty AF. Or a sample user, either one. She has 2 different names or 2 different accounts or switched her names, or I'm not sure. But either way,
I
it
don't
was
do a
not
very good
cheesy.
English. I don't do a very good English accent, so it's definitely not me.
All these counts, to the extent that counts like a plaintiff's complaint state a criminal charge and do not allege civil cause of action, said counts are legally insufficient, should be dismissed. Now, that is one thing that was pointed out. And the other filing is that this attorney refers to himself in like third person, I believe it said. Am I right about that? Let me look up. Oh, first person. Like, so they write about themselves in first person, which is
It's
just
so weird.
odd. Yeah. Complaint allege a cause of action for civil conspiracy. In order to maintain a cause of action for civil conspiracy, the plaintiff must allege the existence of all the elements necessary. The elements for a civil cause of action for conspiracy are as follows. 1, a combination of 2 or more persons acting with a common purpose to do an unlawful act or to do unlawful acts by unlawful means or purpose. 2, an overt act done in pursuance of a common purpose. When I read too fast, my brain goes quicker than my mouth. Pursuance of common purpose. And 3, actual legal damage. Plaintiff has not satisfied the elements of a civil cause of action for conspiracy. Further, the plaintiff must pro-offer sufficient evidence to prove an underlying tort claim for the conspiracy or the cause of action fails as a matter of law. Now they quote another, civil law. Plaintiff has failed to do this. Are legally insufficient, should be dismissed. Defendant incorporates legal insufficiency for a pleading. So it's the same thing. They just don't have enough. Interference with prospective business relations. Okay. Interference with prospective business relations, but cites the criminal statute. This is the citation for the Pennsylvania statute on the crime of cyber harassment. Interference with prospective business relations is a common law tort claim and type of tortious interference. In order to maintain a cause of action for interference with prospective business relations, the plaintiff must show the following requisite elements. Prospective contractual relationship. The purpose or intent to harm the plaintiff by preventing the relationship from occurring. The absence of justification in part of the defendant and for actual damage resulting from the defendant's conduct. Plaintiff failed to plead the elements of interference with prospective business relations and merely stated defendants made false accusations that were intended to disrupt her business relationships and that caused some individuals to distance themselves. I think that is in response to Brittany's pleading.
I want to interrupt you real quick, just
yes, ma'am.
I can. Because somebody said, this isn't helping Granny, it only helps barbecue. Granny has representation, and honestly, no offense, look
very similar.
No offense, but this is a gift that my attorney filed this today. This is a gift.
It's very
if
helpful.
People don't recognize that, then you obviously.
I mean, I'm just glad I was served a lot.
I agree. I mean, that's what I say. Stop.
It's a heads up.
Y'all want to take shit up with barbecue? Go find barbecue on barbecue's channel or.
Yeah, my message box is open on my TikTok. Go ahead.
She is well available online if y'all want to take shit up with her. But right now, and I don't know why you guys would want to like interfere in us reading this, because if you support Granny, this is going to be very similar. They're going through the same thing.
Right.
I literally gave this to you guys. This isn't even available online.
Our attorneys are legit going to file almost verbatim the same shit because it is the same exact claims. I mean, what barbecue, right? Like this, what do you mean it doesn't help me? Yes, it does.
Your attorney, just saying, could literally copy and paste this because there is no plagiarism in court filings. You could literally copy and paste most of this.
Right. Yeah. I mean, hell, I could go pro se now, but I wouldn't. I'm just saying, like, it is a gift. I don't know why people are being that way.
It's not public yet, Petty. It's not public yet because it was just filed. But in other words, we didn't have to wait. She was gracious enough to send it and let us read it. So we're going to be fucking respectful.
This one was public. This one right here is what I came up with that we said was public. This one is not.
Correct.
Lord. All right. So
know it all, I swear.
Here it is again. It is again unclear which defendants the plaintiffs are referring to in these counts. Counts by my complaint are legally insufficient, should be dismissed. To the extent that these paragraphs were intended to refer to interference with prospective business relations, the elements of the cause of action are not met. To the extent that these paragraphs were intended to refer to the crime of cyber harassment, that is a civil cause of action. For either reason, plaintiff's complaints should be dismissed. That means you, BJ. Bye-bye. Defendant incorporates herein by reference as set forth that the lengths of affirmance contained in paragraphs 1 through 38. So now here we go to RICO. Can we get the chat alive? Can we put some clappy hands for the RICO in the chat? Let's wake up here a little bit, chat.
RICO Suaves.
Oh shit! She said, "Wake the chat up." we get some clappy hands for the RICOs. Oh my god! I cannot with this shit. And yes, it does. I mean, her lawyer filing that, it does. It helps Granny. It helps with SF. It helps me. You know what I'm saying? It helps with all of us.
Right.
I don't, I'm not sure. I don't know. Depending on who you listen to, some people think it's federal. Some people are like, no, it's civil. It's, stop that. It's not federal. I mean, I don't, it depends on who you're listening to, really.
Well, they're trying to get it to go federal because then they won't, because I would assume, like I said, I always say I'm not a legal expert, so I don't know my ass from a hole in the ground sometimes, but on this kind of stuff. But
right.
I would assume that it would have to be federal in order to go after you guys, UNSF from Pennsylvania, because otherwise they have to go to Illinois and California if it wasn't federal.
I'm not an attorney. I have no idea. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, that's what I would be assuming, but I don't know. I could be wrong. So that's why I think that's why they're trying to claim it's federal. That's why I'm assuming. I'm thinking.
Well, they filed that in the wrong court, so.
Please stop helping.
Sorry.
Damn it. Stop telling them. Damn it. This is not a RICO. It's not criminal either. Yeah, I was gonna say it's definitely not criminal at all. It's this is, you know what, in my opinion, this is Betty's dream. She's been talking about this for a long time. Bringing all the YouTubers down that have any kind of opinion on her or the situation, period. And then allegedly, in my opinion. Of course.
Mind you, all of these things that were listed in the original injunction are crime codes. Crime is crime, civil is civil.
Yeah, they also did a lot of federal. They cited a lot of federal, but it's not a federal filing. But hey, it looks like Bruce Castor's out. The attorney for one filed a motion and other attorneys joined in on the motion. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm getting a lot of letters from a lot of attorneys every day.
Right. I mean, that's a good point Andy makes. If this injunction got dropped because of this response, it helps Granny and whoever else they fucking decide to put on that.
It helps 49 of us.
Yeah.
48 of us. There's 48 of us being accused.
Keep reading.
All right. Let's get into the RICO. Violations of RICO Act are not civil causes of action, and therefore all of these counts are legally insufficient and should be dismissed. To the extent that plaintiffs allege a civil cause of action for a violation of the RICO statute in Pennsylvania, although plaintiffs did not cite this, the plaintiffs must prove the following 4 elements. 1, conduct. 2, of an enterprise. 3, through a pattern. And 4, of racketeering activity. And additionally, show that the defendant's conduct caused injury to the plaintiff's business or property. Here they're going to quote another civil case. We can look up at it.
I think it muted, so Queen, I'll be back.
Yeah. I was like, wait, what happened?
Yeah.
I thought maybe it was me.
I was like looking in the on my phone for the chat, to see if I was the only one that it was muted for.
I was too. I was looking at the chat real quick before I said anything because I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah, I don't know crap about this back chat, but for StreamYard, whenever I go to check back chat or whatever, it always kicks me off, so I just never do it.
Oh, are you on your phone?
I'm on on here, I'm on my iPad, but I'm just looking on.
Because on my back chat, if I click chat for back chat, there's an X up at the top right corner, and you just X that out and it'll come back to this screen. I don't know if you have that, but Yeah.
Oh.
On mine it is. Anyway, so you don't press the back button. Because I used to do that when I first used to come up here. I used to press the back button and I drop off every time. Like, son of a bitch, I forgot that you don't press the back button.
Yeah.
I can't wait till this. I hope this all gets just thrown
Well,
out.
you know, the interesting thing, I will say, the interesting thing will be if anything even comes of it, I would love to get access to Betty's mental health records.
Right.
I mean, that could be like the silver lining is that, you know.
Yeah. I don't think she even goes and takes care of that myself.
Clearly,
But
I mean, clearly there's something that it is a little, we just might get a little bit of a deeper insight into what's going on in her mind.
I don't know if I want to know. Kidding. Welcome back, QB. Yeah, I don't think she really has any either, but I don't know. I am not a mental expert, so I have no clue.
She could end up with some, but you know.
Right. I suppose we all have a little mental health issues in our own way. You know, everybody's got a little bit of something, I suppose, but
yeah.
Whether you go get it professionally taken care of or not, if it's bad enough or not, you know.
Right.
I mean, like the other day, okay, I had emergency surgery a few weeks ago, and blah, blah, blah. I've got an open wound, blah, blah, blah. And I've got this wound vac. Well, anyways, the wound vac was starting to affect my skin. So they had to put my own bandages on it. Well, it wasn't staying where it was supposed to. And I was struggling with it yesterday. I had my own mental health issue yesterday. I was like freaking out, crying, yelling, and just, you know, having a total mental breakdown, which I never, ever have, you know, but that one moment I just was so stressed out. I had my own little mental health issue yesterday. You know, it was just a temporary one, but you know, like I said, we all go through it occasionally, and I have no other mental health issues ever, and I'm not usually stressed out like that or crying and screaming like I was yesterday, but I had that mental breakdown yesterday, and it just had all gotten to me, everything, and
yeah,
you know, it happens. So I don't judge.
Yeah, I just judge when it's only like you don't get help for it and you just put it on everybody else and blame them and project your problems as everybody else's problem.
Right. I agree with that. Or it wasn't yesterday. It was the day before yesterday. I was on here yesterday. Might have confused everybody because I was on here yesterday.
Yeah.
So you're a TikToker? Is that?
Well, I've been on
mostly
both platforms, but I have been back and forth. I kind of just do. I was in law, like originally I was in law, like law school for a while.
Yeah.
And then now I'm in a nurse, but yeah, so
that was quite a turn of events, eh?
Yeah. I was in criminal. I worked for do y'all remember like Carly Russell?
Yeah.
Her one of her defense attorneys was my boss.
Oh.
So
I know years and years and years ago, I wanted to be an attorney. I've taken a couple of little law classes, but nothing major. And I used to have a big interest, and I used to go to all the court cases that I could go to and everything else. I used to just love the law, but I don't do that as much anymore. And I ended up being, well, I did lots of things, but yeah, my last career was a truck driver. So now I just run my own business. But yeah, I mean, yeah, from one extreme to another, we do, right?
Right. And I mean, I may go back and finish it. I
You
actually,
said.
my law school was committing federal student loan fraud.
Oh, no.
And that's one reason why I left, because they realized I was onto what they were kind of doing, and
That's terrible.
ended up helping getting them shut down. They were running up
Oh, wow.
3 law schools, and they had brought in like one of them had brought in $550 million.
Wow.
And so in federal student loan money. So
that's crazy. You want to be screwing around with the government.
Yeah. The Delphi trial, like a few days ago, like that one really hit home with me. Like, the verdict, just because it was so, I think it was split. A lot of people don't know how to feel about that one.
Right.
That case.
I didn't pay that close of attention to the Delphi case. It was one of those things that I had missed most of it, and then all of a sudden, I kept telling myself I was going to go back and look into it, and then I just never did it. Other things that interested me would come up, and so yeah, I just kind of gave up on it, But so I don't know absolutely, I can't talk about it because I don't know anything about it. And I'm not one of those people that just wing it like Betty does. I don't just go read Facebook groups and come up with comments.
I mean, honestly, like some of these, like there was some of these like Facebook groups where they've taken their like these legitimate leads that they're following up on, like Silver searching 27.27 miles.
Yeah.
I mean, when you watch the video where this, like the videos of the person that's made that claim, when you watch, I mean, you're like, oh, how could anybody take this seriously, much less then take it seriously enough to go drive like in the wrong direction? Because their whole thing is like, I mean, that's where he was searching, was literally northeast, and Memphis is west, and it's like, no, like you're in the wrong area, bro.
Yeah. Hi, Happy Watcher.
Can you at least pick up some of those trash bags while you're out there looking through them? Like, take them home with you, clean up some of the roads. Like, I mean, yelling through drain pipes. Like, we have people clearing parking lots. We have people clearing drain pipes now. I mean,
yeah. Yeah,
I'm trying to think of like the next thing. Like, I mean, Steven's been working the waterways. That's been legitimate. That's legitimate searching.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to think of like where else, like,
I wish they would just find Sebastian.
I do too. I honestly think that all of this, everything has gotten away from, I mean, this like Betty, like it was said,
right,
about Sebastian,
right?
Anymore.
Yeah, it all has gone away from him.
And I can only imagine, I can only think about how much, especially like in the early on days, when they had the great turnouts for these, you know, vigils, if we had turned those into legitimate searches organized by someone, like put together with someone with SAR experience, like, you know, Chloe or you know, SF, and turn those into legitimate searches, how much ground could have been cleared and covered?
The problem is that, you know, Seth didn't want that. He wanted to control everything, you know, and if anybody didn't do what he wanted, then he got rid of them, you know, and that was sad.
Right. And I mean, early on, I mean, I was very anti-KP, anti-CP. It's just like, he comes off as abrasive. He comes off like, you know, and then I started thinking about, like, how would I feel? Or, I mean, it happened to me too. You know, if I was being falsely accused of a crime I didn't commit, and it being unaliving my child at that, like, I mean, she can't do anything right. Like, when she searches, it's, you know, when she was out searching with SF, she was like condemned for doing that. So she can't do anything. She can't do anything right in anyone's eyes, regardless of what she does. So
my God, they went out
on hush hush.
They went out to a restaurant on Easter, for God's sakes, and they how can they go out and eat when their son is missing? They got to eat.
Right.
You know? I mean, I was never against, I never thought it, in the beginning, I never thought any of the parents, I kind of side-eyed Seth for a little bit, but then I reeled myself back in. I kind of gotten into a little bit of off on out in left field there with some conspiracy theories or whatever, trying to think of some, but I reeled myself back in, and I'm to the point where I don't think that it's any of the parents. And I do feel sorry for all three of them. My heart breaks for all three of them, but the things that Seth has done have pissed me off so bad. And I don't think that I talk bad about him. I call out some of the BS that he's done, but I feel like I don't really talk bad about him. And my heart does break for him, but just all this, he's desperate. I understand that. I mean, I don't, but I do. You know what I mean? I've never had a missing kid, but I can see where it's coming from, is what I mean to say. And I imagine, I can't imagine what he's going through, or what KP's going through, or Chris. But yeah, I just wish he'd stop some of the BS that he's doing, you know, and align himself with some better people. You know,
some people that have his interest in mind and not profiting off of some way, whether that be monetarily or whether that be through, like, you know, ego of being on news, you know, in front of news cameras or whatever.
Right.
You know?
Well, the thing is in the beginning, he got himself aligned with so many YouTubers that were just looking for profit, and they got him off into left field, thinking all these bad things. And then he already had bad feelings because of the divorce and everything else that happened in the past with them, and whatever else has happened between them. I'm sure, you know, they're ex-spouses, so I'm sure it hasn't been all daisies and rainbows, you know, between them.
Well, yeah, she had a PO against him.
Right. And so along with all that, their history, plus everything the YouTubers were saying, and now then he's starting to believe all this BS, you know, and yeah, he's really gone into left field, and it's sad, because imagine where we would be at if he would have listened to the police and did what he was supposed to do, and got with a good PI, good PIs that and didn't fire the good PIs.
Right.
And got with
was a good
the right
PI.
people.
He and SF used to work together.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. If he got with her and SF and the detectives and everything else, you know, and put away what all the YouTubers were saying, You know, imagine, I would imagine we would be a little further in this case than they are, but who knows? And we don't know what the police know for
Right.
sure, you know.
And they're keeping that because they see how active he is on, you know,
Right.
on YouTube, and they see him modding for certain people's chats, and
Right.
they know that that's going to be leaked. I mean, too, they saw what happened in the Caleb Harris case.
Yep.
You know,
And look
as soon as Caleb was found, and also look how close Caleb was to his, you know.
Exactly. Well, and look at right in the beginning when he was on Dolly's panel, he's like, well, if you ask me the right questions, you know, like
Right.
he would have leaked what he heard from the police if Dolly would have asked him the right questions. What? You know, keep that stuff to yourself. You know, I want to know the information just as bad as anybody else. But I understand that you need to keep that stuff close to the vest for the investigation, you know, and that's what I want. I want them to keep, even as bad as I would love to know all that information.
Right.
I know that it needs to be kept close to the vest so that it doesn't screw up anything for the good of Sebastian in the long run, you know.
If he is being held against, you know, his will, or being held somewhere, and they know the area, then we don't want them to move them if that information got out, that they're on the right track, you know.
Right.
He's proven to be a liability and not an asset in his in the case. And I think back to, you know, when people are saying it's been, you know, it's approaching X number of months now, you know, Elizabeth Smart is the first case that kind of comes to mind in terms of people like kind of like giving up hope. I know I kind of had that she was still alive, you know, when she was found, and it was by, you know, walking the streets with that couple who had, you know, abducted her.
Right. That was so crazy.
And I think it was like 9 months when she was found. She had been for 9 months.
Yep.
So there is a possibility that he is out there, and I feel like if he was nearby, he would have been, you know, found by now. But, you know, we're waiting on QB to come back, Sassy.
Yeah, we're just killing dead air until QB's here.
Yeah, I was trying to fix my laptop. Well, it's not really my laptop. It's actually my internet's acting up. So it kept rotating and rotating and rotating and rotating. I'm like, well, what the fuck is going on? So I went and unplugged my box and turned it back on. You know.
You can tell us to shut up anytime when you want to get back into the.
No, you're fine. I'm actually waiting for it to turn back on.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I have had the feeling that Sebastian's still out there. I don't know what gives me that feeling, but I really do feel like he's out there somewhere alive. I really do. I don't know if it's just hope, but I really have that feeling that he's still out there. And I mean, I want him found. Do I get excited when they don't find him passed on? Kinda, yeah, because then that means there's still hope, you know?
Right.
But then I'm also a little bummed that we didn't find him because there's no end to this, you know?
Right.
Feels like, but.
You know, in some way, there's like, you know, I think any family wants resolution. They want answers regardless of, you know, if hypothetically the worst case scenario has happened, you know, you want answers. You don't want to just have that knowing of that what if unknowing feeling is hard to sit with.
Yeah, I can't even imagine what Katie and Chris and Seth are going through, the not knowing, you know. I mean, at least if, you know, and I get that feeling too, that if he was found passed on, at least they would have closure. But then, yeah, again, the inside of me says, no, I don't want him found that way. You know, I want him to be alive, you know.
Right.
But I never had this feeling with any other case. I've always just, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if I didn't have a feeling, but for some reason with Sebastian, I just have this feeling that he's still out there alive. I don't know why.
Yeah, I think that there's a good chance, good possibility of that, and meeting someone off of the gaming platform, because
Right.
they say that his cell phone was left at home, but we know that there's other ways to get cell phones. You can go to Walmart and buy a burner phone with minutes,
Yep.
we know there was money under his, he was saving money under his mattress,
Yeah, there's kids he could have bought it from at school, you never know.
Right.
Because it seemed like he was kind of where he didn't go out by himself, out shopping and stuff like every other teenager in America does.
Right.
Like to the mall and hang out at the mall and stuff like that. So I don't think there's a chance that he would have bought one, maybe, but he
could have sent it, mailed it to him at one of his
he could have bought it online or something too. There's that
Right.
too. Yeah.
Dropped it off,
Yep.
You never know. There's ways to. There's ways. I mean, there's a reason I feel like that they still have his switch from his dad's house.
Right. Right. Yep.
Yeah, I think he was personally kind of lured out by someone that was pretending to be a friend.
Yeah.
Or pretending to be much younger on a gaming site. I mean, I remember back in the day, you had these AOL chat rooms that you would go into where predators would beat him. She's trying to get her stuff straightened out. Her internet was messing up. You had these AOL chat rooms where predators would target young children and, go in and try to make contact with them and meet them, and so
yeah, we've seen that more and more as the years have gone on. We've seen it more and more that it happens more and more all the time online with kids.
Right. And
scares the hell out of me.
If you're wanting friends so desperately, then you're more susceptible to fall for some of they've gotten more sophisticated since then.
Yep.
And how they approach things and how they make themselves sound younger and how they act younger and learning the lingo and different things like that. So
yep. Well, I remember way back in the 90s, I used to be in the chat rooms, just friendly like this, so I thought. And I worked at a casino in my town, and they always, age, sex, location, you tell them, and
right,
and you get to know each other, and you're saying, yeah, I work at a casino, blah blah blah. Didn't even stop and think that it was the only casino in my town, and then all of a sudden, some guy shows up, and he says, "Oh, I'm so and so," and all of a sudden, it's like, "Oh shit." And it was this guy from California, and he came all the way out here, and yeah, he showed up at my work, and I was like, oh my God, luckily I worked at a casino and there was security, but yeah, that freaked me out, yeah. You never know. And I was an adult.
And then as you're playing these games online and you're talking about hey, my dad, works, he's away at work, so I'm just, playing my game. You especially as you're playing for hours, the things that you inadvertently, may disclose that you don't think could be harmful.
Yeah.
Or could let someone know your true age, or let them know that you're home alone.
Right. And he was the perfect opportunity, because here he is with his mom alone.
And these are my opinions and cheesy opinions, just so you know. Like, these are
Right.
we're just talking about, honestly, we're just talking about
Right. We're just
things
discussing.
back in the days, things that happened to us and our experiences. So
Yes. Don't take anything we say as professional opinions. But yeah, it's and he was the perfect opportunity because he was there with his mom alone. His stepdad worked out of town, and if he told anybody online that kind of stuff, you know, or that his dad left him alone for, and I'm not faulting Seth for that. Single parents have to do what they have to do to make a living. I've never faulted Seth for that. But he was being left home alone for 12 to 14 hours a night when he was working alone. You know, he was the perfect opportunity for somebody like that, you know?
right.
And I hate to say opportunity, but you know what I mean.
Right. It's
I'm not saying that as a good thing. I'm, you know,
someone
lack of better words.
an easy
Easy target.
person to target.
Yeah.
And befriend or pretend to friend.
Yep. Granny cheesy H6 location. Yeah. Anybody that was in the chat rooms back in the 90s knows what I'm talking about.
Right. Yes.
Everything,
I mean, think about it. Like, that was the perfect questions to ask. You know, if you got,
right.
You know, I mean, location. How old are you? Okay. Are they, if you're targeting children and they're saying they're 14 or whatever, you know, okay.
Right.
Are you looking, do you remember like Chris Hansen, the Chris Hansen shows where
Yep.
he to catch a predator, you know?
Yep. And I've always been the type that, like, when I was younger, when I was in high school and stuff, you know, like, we would do pen pal things, and I loved talking to people from all over the world. I think it's so interesting. And I mean, like, people are nuts on here, so I hate that because we can't talk. I love to talk to people about where they're from and what they do every day, and I love that stuff, right? Not because I want to intrude in their life, but it's just interesting to me how other people live life and what they do for a living and stuff like that. That's interesting to me. But we can't tell each other that anymore because there's just so many crazies out there, especially in this community. And I would love to tell people what I do every day, you know. But anyways, yeah, and I always loved that. So, and I was a person who didn't sleep very much. I only slept about 2 to 4 hours a night. So I was often up all night, you know, and I got my cleaning all done. And then what am I going to do? So the internet was perfect for me because, you know, there's only so much TV you can watch, right?
Right.
And so yeah, it was fun for me to go on and chat and get to know people from all over the world. You know, it was exciting to me, but you never realize how many crazies are out there, you know, until one shows up at your job. Luckily, he wasn't a murderer or anything. He was just a weirdo, but, you know, it could have been totally different.
You never know what his true intentions were.
Right. It could have totally been a different problem. But yeah, it ended up, he was just weird, you know, thought that we had something going on. And I never talked to him in that way. I didn't think, you know, I never flirted with him or anything, but apparently he read our friendly conversations.
Mine's mentally ill. Like, I mean, anyone that is, you know, preying on children or intending to, it's not, you know, you don't have to, you can just say hello and that's enough for them, you know?
Right. Yeah. And I've told the story before of another community that I used to be in on YouTube. I'm no longer in. And I used to have a YouTube channel in that community. And I'm not in that community anymore, but somebody came here and they saw me in a public place and they were like asking me weird questions. And I was talking to them and I thought it was weird how they were asking me how do they know this about me? Why are they asking me these questions? But all of a sudden they said, "We just love you. We watch your YouTube channel, blah, 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 blah." It was her and her husband. And she's like, "You're the reason why we moved here," and da 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 da. And I'm like, "Oh my God, this is so weird." I mean, they weren't weird. They were just, friendly, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I've had a couple different instances where it's like, whoa. And these weren't people that were normally chatting in my chat. So I didn't know who they were. And they just watched me. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm like, you don't have to worry about the people that are in your chat. It's the people that don't chat that you don't see that you got to worry about,
Right. The people in the bushes.
Right.
All right, this should be ready to play. We should be able to play this now.
Okay.
For a violation of the RICO Act, and accordingly, the rest of these numbers should be dismissed, are legally insufficient, should be dismissed. Lack of jurisdiction. Here we go. Plaintiffs allege a cause of action for harassment under federal law. So they keep going to federal, but again, it's civil. Plaintiffs further allege a cause of action for the Pennsylvania crime of harassment. This court does not have jurisdiction over violations of federal law, and plaintiffs do not claim a federal question in his complaint. This court would not be the proper venue for a violation of federal law, as the same would be filed in appropriate United States District Court. As stated earlier in these preliminary objections, it is not clear which defendant the allegations are raised against in each counts. Further, to the extent that Pennsylvania crime of harassment is being alleged, blank should be dismissed as they are legally insufficient. Legally insufficiency of a pleading or insufficient, this means they don't label us separately. Defendant incorporates herein by reference as set forth at length the vermins. They allege as an action interference with employment relations. This count is pled with such insufficient, I can't say that word, specificity. Anybody else got to spit in that word?
Specificity? I don't know.
Specificity. Specificity. As to be able to determine which cause of action. Listen, I can never be part of RICO. I can't even pronounce it correctly. Leave me alone. Be able to determine which cause of action plaintiff is trying to allege. At the end of the count, plaintiffs reference the cause of an action for interference with contractual relations. This cause of action may only be maintained if there is physical injury or property damage. Plaintiffs have not alleged such a loss. Therefore, plaintiffs may not maintain a claim for interference. Plaintiff's count is further legally insufficient as it fails to allege the first necessary element of this cause of action, namely the existence of the contractual relationship between the complainant and the third party. Claim is legally insufficient, should be dismissed. Defendant incorporates herein by reference as set forth at length the vermins. Plaintiffs allege criminal offenses of obstruction of justice and tampering with witness or informants. Man, that's a tough one. That one was like, bam, wow. Plaintiffs have alleged violations of the Pennsylvania crime codes and not a civil cause of action. So again, I mean, it's throughout, are legally insufficient, should be dismissed. Defendant incorporates herein by reference set forth in vermins the alleged criminal offense of endangering the welfare of a child. That one pissed me right on.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
That's fucked up. They have alleged violations of the Pennsylvania crime codes again, and not a civil cause of action. We should keep count of how many times that's been done so far. Legally insufficient again. Now we have intimidation of a witness or victim. Plaintiffs have alleged violation of the Pennsylvania crime codes and not a civil cause of action again. I mean, what are we on number 8 or 9 of that?
Mm-hmm.
Containing paragraphs 1 through 69. Plaintiffs allege criminal offense of stalking. Wow. Plaintiffs have alleged violations of Pennsylvania crime codes and not a civil cause of action again. Legally
it's pretty repetitive here, but a couple of them are actually interesting.
But the point, I mean, it is interesting, but the main point being they keep referencing criminal code and a civil filing. So plaintiffs have alleged violations of Pennsylvania crime code and not a civil cause of action. Now what do we got here? Plaintiff alleges an action of invasion of privacy, public disclosure of private facts, and false light in his count. In order to maintain a cause of action for false light, the plaintiff must show the defendant made statements about the plaintiff to the public that are offensive and false. To satisfy the element of that statement be made in public, it must either be made to the public at large, i.e. over the internet, or to such a great number of people that is substantially certain to become public knowledge. Plaintiffs did not allege that any of the statements were disclosed in this manner. Even if the defendant disclosed the facts alleged to have been disclosed by plaintiffs, the facts were true. Because the facts were true, the plaintiffs failed to meet any of the other elements of this cause of action. So again, they should dismiss these parts. Dissemination of personal information. Plaintiffs have alleged a violation of Pennsylvania crime codes, not a civil cause of action. Again. Defendant incorporates herein, set forth the vermins. Threats and intimidation. Plaintiffs have alleged a violation of Pennsylvania crime codes, not a civil cause of action. Oh my God. I'm sorry. That's like everyone.
I never threatened anybody.
I didn't either. She claims I turned on the camera. I don't know.
But intimidation? Who would you be intimidating?
I feel intimidated by them if I'm being
right.
like, jokes aside, I'm being serious.
Right.
Defendant corporates. All right. So Rule 1024A requires every pleading containing an affirmative fact not appear in a record in the action or containing a denial fact shall state that the affirmation or denial is true upon the signer's personal knowledge or information belief shall be verified. The only affirmative fact that the current and sole verifier can attest to are paragraphs 304 through 322 of the complaint. You want me to grab it and tell you what those are?
I think those are Christina's.
Really?
Yeah, she was at the very end.
All right, let me grab it.
Or no,
it's
wait,
right here.
was it 383 or 300? I don't know. That might be Hong, actually. He's the only one that signed the original, but I'm not sure, actually. I didn't look. It did stand out to me, though. Let me know what you find out. If not, I can look it up.
It is very bizarre, Southern-ish. I agree.
Okay, sorry. So 304. Mine only goes up to 61.
All right, let me look at mine.
Oh, wait, I see it numbered now. Okay, I got it. 304. Here we are. 304 to 22 is the harassment. That's Hong.
It's because he's the only one that actually signed the original.
That's right. He's the only one that has a signature on it. Okay. So Hong's. In this instant case, there are various counts on individual plaintiffs that require the verification of all plaintiffs, all of whom have different cause of action. Plaintiffs have not properly nor completely verified their complaint because they never signed it. Accordingly, the entire complaint does not conform to law, should be dismissed. Wow. Defendant corporates herein by reference. Defendant is a resident of Blair. Defendant's alleged action occurred almost entirely in either Blair County, Pennsylvania, or the state of Tennessee. Defendant has no connection to Delaware County. I didn't even consider that, BBQ.
Yeah, I don't even know where Delaware County is.
Yeah, we're like a small little droplet over here.
Like, I couldn't tell you what towns are in it.
Yeah, that's crazy. Okay. This court is both the improper venue and lacks subject matter jurisdiction over the defendant. Accordingly, the plaintiff's complaint should be dismissed. So I think that's why they threw me in, if I'm being just quite honest, but because they do, Defendant corporates herein by reference. Complaint identifies 52 separate defendants.
So this is,
oh my God.
This is the very telling part because the numbers don't match.
Yeah, and remember when I said they have to? It's an actual word, but it's basically break down what you're accusing me of and what you're accusing other plaintiffs of. Plaintiff's complaint contains 57 causes of action. At no point in plaintiff's complaint do plaintiffs specify which cause of actions apply to which defendants. Accordingly, plaintiff's complaints have been insufficiently pled and should be dismissed. Defendant incorporates herein by reference the environments of paragraphs 1 through 99. Plaintiffs seek a preliminary injunction against defendants. Plaintiff's complaint seeks monetary damages. Accordingly, plaintiff's complaint should be amended to remove this full, complete, and adequate non-statutory remedy law. What does that mean? Hold on.
They are asking for money?
Well,
I thought they weren't.
It's funny you say that, Jay, because on the front they mark off the
two
box
different
that says,
things.
Yeah.
Oh, they
mark off they're not asking for money, but then later on they do mention they want money.
Yeah.
Well, and let's not forget too that Nick said it can all be dropped if you pay whatever. What was it? 500.
Oh, I didn't get that. I was supposed to publicly apologize for threats that I never made.
It was never directly given to me. He said it in a chat that we can drop it for $500.
Wow.
All right. All cause of action stem from statements of defendant. Article 1, Section 7 of Pennsylvania Constitution, First Amendment. Pursuing any of the causes of action against defendant would violate defendant's right to free speech. Accordingly, the plaintiffs lack the capacity to sue the defendant and the complaint should be dismissed. Defendant incorporates herein by reference set forth 1 through 106. The entire complaint is devoid of legal basis for a cause of action under Pennsylvania law. Violates every pleading rule of civil procedure, contains large sections of claims by non-parties to the complaint, and alleges causes of action against the jurisdiction of this honorable court. In short, this complaint is entirely defective and should be dismissed with prejudice. There you go.
I love that you use that word defective. That's Betty's word. Remember, she described Sebastian.
I thought that exactly when I read that, and I was like, "Oh shit!" I'm sure somebody will try to say
it's kind of bittersweet that he said that. I mean, yeah,
this is the correct way.
Her own word. It. Right. Correct.
In short, this complaint is entirely defective. It should be dismissed with prejudice.
With prejudice.
So, Stephanie, BBQ respectfully requests that this honorable court sustain these preliminary objections and dismiss plaintiff's complaint as the allegations contained therein are legally insufficient and grant all such other and further relief as may be deemed just and necessary.
So the last line was very telling because
we don't need any of that. Sorry.
There's things. It literally says grant all such further relief as may be deemed necessary, necessary. There's things
like an injunction against them for their constant harassment, poking, intimidation, and threats. I mean, I feel like I'm being extorted.
reverse Uno, as you say it.
I've been saying it.
This
And
is
then
not-
over here, it's just basically denying all of it, right? So such a preliminary injunction would violate defendants' free speech rights. There is no whatever harm to the plaintiffs. Irreparable. The relief requested is impermissible and not related to any legitimate causes of action. The plaintiffs have filed an unverified complaint. You need your signatures. The plaintiffs...
Lacey is over in Mr. Crimecast Live saying, Granny is on another channel reading this and laughing about it. That is not true.
I'm not laughing. I laughed at Lacey mispronouncing. Lacey is obsessed with me for years. She's so bizarre. She has like the biggest weird hate boner. It's weird.
Gotta love when they hop back and forth to go report back. So
yeah,
weird.
They're reading something from like 5 days ago, though. We're reading something from today. So where should you know?
Where you at, Mr.
Even if I was laughing, the fact that they put throughout this entire thing, they put criminal and not civil is kind of laughable. These are people that have been out here, boasting to everybody that they got these big high-end attorneys. And yet here comes an attorney and smashes it all down. Ridiculous.
Are they reading the same thing?
No.
No,
they're reading the part where SF and Queen Bee got added.
Oh.
It's like a 33-page filing.
Yeah, that's old.
Yeah, it's like a bunch of, they hurt my feelings with tweets. That's what it is. I'm white boy, you're next.
I'm laughing because Lacey's hopping back and forth in chat, tattletaling over there. That's weird.
Everybody say hi
Someone
to
just said,
Lacey.
does anybody remember what Barbecue's comment was when she popped in here? I do.
Yeah, was it, hey, bitches?
No, I said, I can't wait till you guys read this. I've already read and signed it.
Right.
I mean, it's literally in your title. My name is in your title.
Yeah, I changed it.
Look, I found this very
now.
interesting. So the plaintiffs seek monetary damages. Then the matters complained of include infirmities of counsel, including counsel writing in first person. That's a Betty move.
Isn't it, though?
It is. It really is. The action is in violation of Pennsylvania's recently passed anti-SLAPP statute and is abhorrent. What did we say that meant again?
Abdorate?
Abhorrent?
I'm as bad as you, Granny.
It's because you stubbornly refusing to change one's opinions or course of action. The plaintiffs are unlikely to succeed on the merits of the lawsuit. The action is civil in nature and is intentionally cast as violations of criminal law. That's big. The court lacks subject matter jurisdiction. The court lacks personal jurisdiction regarding the events set forth in the complaint. That would be Tennessee. The forum is inconvenient and a number of instances inappropriate. The petition should be denied for the reasons set forth in defendant's preliminary objections, which are incorporated herein. Greater harm will result to defendants as a result of the granting of such petition. And then it just goes on to pretty much repeat the same thing.
I'm sorry that I'm actually like double dipping in lives right now, but I'm watching the comments on another live and it says, does he realize, he meaning referring to Steve Fisher, realize he's going after a former attorney general of Pennsylvania? First of all, Bruce Castor is no longer listed on this, and he was the like temporary or whatever for 14 days. So, I feel like people want to name drop a lot. And they don't have all the facts.
Well, don't blame them. They were given this pipe dream of this hype team of elite ninjas that were coming in to save the day. And they were told that these attorneys were all these grandstanding things, which unfortunately is just not necessarily true. So they're misguided. Silly things, don't know how to do research on their own. What a shame.
Yes,
True crime community, my ass.
They didn't vet their information, I guess. But anyway, I'm gonna hop down.
Thanks for sharing, Barbecue.
And
yeah, thank you.
I'm still blocked in the chat, by the way.
No, you're not. I saw you. I saw your name.
Oh, that's weird.
So I think that's pretty much that.
Yeah, that was.
I think. Yeah, I was gonna say. I think they. I think that was the end of it, really.
Yeah. I'm curious to see. Like, I haven't gone back and looked over since Castor took his name off, and I think certain people's things were taken off, tacos, who all was removed. But it would be interesting to see, because if you as an attorney put your name on something, knowing that what they're saying is I would think that they were removed because they were claiming to be the aunt and uncle, which wasn't factually correct in my opinion. So I'm just wondering, who else was removed, and then you know, when an attorney puts their name on that and says that you're certifying that everything is accurate in what you're filing, then, you know, they need to, I would be this is a case where if I had my law license, I would be very careful because of the people that are, you know, making these allegations. And, you know, you got to be, you know, they're definitely, it's all frivolous. So.
Well, hell yeah, in my opinion, it's all fucking frivolous too.
And it's all personal vendettas. Like, I mean, it's all personal vendetta. Like, to get back at people for things that don't even have to deal with this case, in my opinion. So, I hope that you know, there are consequences for abusing the court system. There should be. You can only abuse. The court system isn't there to be abused. And for the people that choose to abuse it, then they need to be held accountable. And, you know, personally, I personally believe that they need to be held accountable for abusing it. But, yeah.
Well, I don't know. Nick, hold on. Kia says Nick is acting like prison JLR. That's all. JLR cracked me up. He's like, King of the Rico. I'm King of the Rico.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God. Look, Amy says, I blame the peen screen fail as the catalyst for
The thing is about that is he said that he went to that, which I'm curious to know if it was all talk. I mean, neither one would surprise me. But he said he reported it to the FBI.
Right. He did say that, yeah. Halloween Baby said, Granny's watching Hey Sweetie. Aunt Burrito was silly, said she was scared, but Taco said she was starstruck by the FBI and shit. Yeah.
I mean, if he really did report that to the FBI, I mean, I would think that could be, you know, that's false reporting of something. That's a false report.
Yeah.
Please put up Granny's last comment that she just made.
Where is it? Let's see. After the peen slip, everything went down, including our sexual drives. That's too funny. And yeah, he said he called the FBI and he gave all the information to Delta, which they at that time claimed he was a lawyer, and really he's just an old fucking retired repo man.
King of the repo.
King of the repo. Hell no, out here faking to be a fucking attorneys and FBIs and all kinds of crazy shit. All right, baby, I appreciate you hanging out. We've been on here 4.5 hours. I gotta go through and get some stuff done, but I appreciate it.
Me too. I just had to come up and I wanted you, like, had to come up and, you know, after what was going on and just, you know, clear up some crap, because I felt that they were inserting themselves for, you know, to derail everything that you were trying to do. So,
well, I appreciate it. I appreciate you coming up too, honey.
All right, y'all have a good day, everybody. Thanks for having me up, Queen.
No problem, love. Thank you for being here, and as always, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out.
Hit the like button on your way out for QB.
That's sweet. Don K, thank you for becoming a new member. Jackie says, Queen, check your mail. Jen Rebel, I nominate you for sainthood, Queen B. You have the patience of a saint. I really don't, though. Michelle, member for 17 months. I love this chat. Love this channel. Michelle gifted 10 memberships. If you guys got one, please make sure you tell her thank you. Nana times 3 said, wow. CJ, you don't care, but held a 5-hour live to talk on her. And here you are again lying and getting louder and louder. Girl, get therapy. Who is she talking to? Salty or somebody up here?
Salty.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah, because she said Salty's made 9,990.
Yeah, and she got a 5-hour late, like.
Miss Sherry gave a $20 super sticker, says Merry Christmas. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Miss Sherry. Roll them and smoke them if you got them, Glory. I know, right? Precious Pup, Mitten Mama says you are a class act. Queen Bee, proud to stand next to you. Thank you so much. Blank Screen says Fraud Suit. Thank you for becoming a new member. Sample user, please don't come for me during the reading out unless you actually listen to my argument. Nothing to do with expense or actually hiring a lawyer. Just saying. And Nikita gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Miss Nikita. I appreciate that. And you gifted another one as well. Thank you so much, love. Let's see. Carrie Wilson says, hey, everyone. Stitching, hey, 2 more days to hey ho, 2 more days to go. That's right, 2 more days to go. We're done. We'll be moving on our way. Not done, but we'll be moving on our way. Anyways, y'all, I'll catch y'all on the flip side. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see y'all later. Bye, everybody.